Good morning. Welcome to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Today's date is November 17, and it is 11:09 a.m. This meeting is hereby called to order. At this time, I'll ask our clerk if she would please call the roll and establish quorum.
Good morning, Supervisors Desmond. Here. Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
Frost.
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net. Today's meeting will be repeated Sunday, November 21st at 6 p.m. on Channel 14.
Thank you, and I'd like to invite everyone to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and I want to welcome everyone back after a long 14-hour meeting yesterday and some very healthy discussion around our districts and how we will be dividing them up for the next 10 years. And I'm also remembering that this, I believe, is going to be the last meeting before Thanksgiving. And so unless we have to have a special meeting in the coming week, we all want to wish everyone a happy holiday season and a happy Thanksgiving wherever you may be. And I'm going to jump right in because I know we have a lot of work to do today, and so I'll go ahead and read my meeting announcement. The Board of Supervisors encourages public participation during the meeting in person, telephonically, or in writing. In compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this meeting is broadcast live and open to in-person attendance. The county requires a face mask or face shield while inside the county's administration building, which includes the board chambers and hearing rooms, and recommends social distancing. Meeting procedures are subject to change based on the recommended public health and safety guidelines. Public comments will be taken in the order of in-person comments and then comments by phone. If you're making a public comment in person, a face mask or face shield is required, and social distancing is recommended while inside the chambers or hearing rooms 1 and 2. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis inside the chambers, and overflow seating is available in the hearing rooms 1 and 2. If there are no seats available inside the chambers or overflow room, please form a line in the designated area and wait for your turn to make your public comment. Please complete a speaker request form and give it to the clerk staff. A separate speaker request form is required for each agenda item or topic that is not on the posted agenda. When I open the public comments, I will call 3 names at a time. When you hear your name, please start walking towards the podium inside the chambers and wait for your turn to make a comment. If you're making a public comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in the queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call and be placed in the queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is greatly appreciated. I will ask the clerk to transfer calls into the meeting accordingly. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Members of the public will be given 2 minutes to make a comment and are limited to making a public comment one public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures and avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see the clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email or at boardclerk@saccounty.net. saccounty.net. You may send written comments by email to the board clerk at saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures. And at this time, we'll move forward to our timed matters.
Item number 1 is to authorize the Department of Waste Management and Recycling to increase tipping fees at Kiefer Landfill and North Area Recovery Station and proceed with all necessary actions to comply with Proposition 218 requirements for adoption of the proposed solid waste residential rate increases.
Chair Frost, members of the Board of Supervisors, Doug Sloan, Director for the Department of Waste Management and Recycling. I'm here today to talk about our rate process with 2 recommendations. One is where staff is recommending a 3% increase on the weight loads at the tipping fee, at the facilities, the landfill and transfer station. And then our second recommendation is to start the Prop 218 process to raise residential rates. Going back with some time, we started this process March 10th of 2020, and with a hearing before the board, we were interrupted by COVID. We came back to the board in September, and the board did adopt a 2-tiered rate increase, eventually $5 second $5 would be January 1st of this coming year. And our request originally was $13.41 a month. And so the 2 $5 increases, one in July and one in this January, would bring us up to $10, still short of what we needed for the department, which is why we're back. Why are the rates needed? To provide sufficient revenues. One of the big issues for us is SB 1383 going forward. The board previously has approved our lease financing for vehicles for the first 3 years of our program. We have another 20 trucks tied to SB 1383 that we need to order. We also have the commercial organics building at NARS, a $25 million building that we need to build. Currently, we don't have the funding for that, but we would be financing those, and that is reflected in the rates schedule. The fund balance is a critical thing for us. It's a balance between, from a pure accounting standpoint, of having close to $100 million in reserves, which we clearly don't need, but making sure we have enough operating reserves to cover for the financing so that the financing companies are confident that we can pay back the loans and continue business. And so this rate structure is a balance for the fund balances as well as ensuring that we're going to be compliant with 1383 in next year. Again, the recommended action is adopting the resolution to increase the weight tipping fees. We're not proposing to increase the flat fee loads, pickups, cars, et cetera. We are anticipating over the length of the 5-year proposed rate increase schedules that we put together. We're not anticipating raising the weight loads. And if you look, we'll show you a schedule later that show our weight load. Even though we raised it significantly last year, the weight load actually we're still now close to cheapest in the area. I think there's one landfill in San Joaquin County that's cheaper than us. We also are asking for the permission to start the Prop 218 process on the residential rates. So that's just kind of an overview of how we got here. I want to introduce again Rick Simonson from Hilton, Farncoff and Hilton. Rick was here before and did the presentation on the rate process and how they helped us as our consultant generate what the rate request would be.
Good morning, Rick. Excuse me, before you begin, Supervisor Natoli had a comment.
And not so much for Doug. I know Rick's going to cover some of this, but I want to just be clear. If I've read the report correctly,
what we're proposing in the 218 process from where we were a year ago, January, is, or actually January this year, is about an 80% residential rate increase over 5 years. Is that right?
Can you repeat that figure?
About an 80% rate increase. I know it's about 80% rate increase
That's right.
over a 5-year period.
That's right.
And when you were last here, your firm insisted with this. There was quite a bit of interaction with the board, concern about where we were, and we settled on a $10 rate increase that was effective over the course of a little less than a year. You probably do this in other jurisdictions. Is it out of the ordinary to have a jurisdiction looking at an 80% increase over 5 years? When in your work, is that rare? You're going to be bringing a recommendation, your analysis that residential rates ought to,
Yeah.
I'm just curious, Rick.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah.
You're a unique jurisdiction in that you do have your landfill and your transfer station NARS as part of your enterprise. So over time, the collection rates haven't needed to increase because there was alternative funding sources. Mm-hmm. But with Prop 218 and the focus on Prop 218 these days, bringing your collection rates to achieve the cost of service has been a main focus throughout the state, not just here.
Right.
So you are making up more ground. So it was a bit out of the ordinary, but we do see significant increases for those communities that had previously not been covering their full costs. In addition, there's additional services that are necessary due to SB 1383
right.
for the weekly collection of organics material, which you currently are having collected biweekly. So you're doubling the number of trucks and staff for that particular service. So it's not out of the ordinary. And with those two $5 increases, what we saw through the analysis and why we're coming back for some additional increases, there was still about a $2.5 million annual funding shortfall for your collection activities. That's why we're quickly not, January 1st is the next $5 increase, and we're recommending another increase July 1 of 2022. So that tends to be out of the ordinary to do it 6 months apart, but because there still is a $2.5 million shortfall, that is the reason for the recommendation.
So, again, I don't want to get ahead of your presentation, but so the shortfall, though, is calculated on what that we're using more of our fund balance than we're bringing in to cover the costs of the daily operations?
The collection operations, that's correct. You could rely on reserves in the past, and they're, as you'll see in a couple of my slides, that they are dwindling.
And when we were here early this year, it seems like a long time ago, but we were at almost $20 a month increase, and we chose to take about one half of that and spread it over the, over about a 12-month period. And now on top of that, you're, with the 218 process recommending, so we're going to be roughly about 2/3 of what was being recommended in January, February of this year by this upcoming July. Is that right?
I believe that's the case with working with staff and understanding the upcoming expenses and the refinement of those assumptions has allowed us to bring it down slightly lower than what we had initially anticipated earlier this year.
Okay. All right. Thank you for taking the questions before you get your presentation.
You're welcome. And
Thank you.
may I request that I can take off my mask, or is that
I
out of
wish
the
you
question?
would, because I have a hard time hearing, and when I can't see your mouth, it's really hard.
I agree.
It's embarrassing, but it's true. Thank you.
Likewise, I'm the same way, so thank you. I appreciate it. Chair Frost, Supervisors, again, I'm Rick Simonson, Senior Vice President with HF&H Consultants, and over the last 18 months, our team at HF&H has worked with staff to develop these rates that are proposed for both, or I should say all three, the landfill, NARS, as well as your collection operations. So I'll just go through just a few slides. I think Doug did a great job of setting this overview. I'll just quickly go through these bullets. As we've mentioned, there was a $5 increase to your residential collection rates that was effective March of 2021, and you have already approved a $5 increase for this coming January. And with regard to Kiefer landfill and the NARS tip fees, they were last increased November of 2020, about a year ago. What's causing these rate increases? Just on the high level, there's a lot of capital improvements that are necessary. First at landfill, at the Kiefer landfill, developing a new module, expanding the landfill capability so more of the solid waste can be brought to the landfill, as well as a new organics facility at NARS. Because of SB 1383, the yard waste and organic materials can no longer be placed in the landfill, either buried or used as alternative daily cover, so that needs to be processed into compost and mulch. So this facility will be built at NARS. And the replacement of an aging collection fee. So just overall, without regard to 1383, the collection vehicles are at their end of their useful lives, and it's time to start replacing those. As well as, because of 1383, doubling the number of routes for organics collection, going from bi-weekly to weekly collection, new vehicles and the personnel associated with providing that service is a significant increase in your expenses over the next 5-year period. And some of these, as Doug mentioned, will be debt financed. In particular, the organics facility, it's a long-term asset, and it's appropriate when setting utility rates. It's good to have your major assets that have long life to fund those over time as well. So not putting the burden on just today's ratepayers, but it will be benefiting those over the next 30 years. So that will be bond funded, as well as some of the new vehicles over the next 3 years, some short-term financing over 8 years, because again, those assets will be lasting more than just 1 year. Instead of burdening just your current ratepayers, that's going to be spread out over time. And this is in an effort to help reduce the rate shocks. We've been able to kind of feather in the increases, really phase them in instead of right all in 1 year. And the reason we need these increases again are the reserves are decreasing. If we do nothing beyond this next $5 increase on the collections, the 22-23 projections, we're looking at about a $16.4 million deficit enterprise-wide, including the landfill, NARS, and collection. And we know that the collection rates, as Doug mentioned, the two $5 increases, we knew that wasn't going to be enough when those were last adopted. So we know we have some ground to be made up for your collection. We need to cover those full costs of services. And again, capital spending is increasing. So I'd like to illustrate that. This is a busy slide, but you'll see this same graph on the next 3 slides. So I'll spend a little time acclimating you to what we're seeing here. I will start with the graph itself, and this is a look at the fund balance. So starting with the solid green line in the year 1920, fiscal year 1920, you had ended the year at approximately $50 million in your reserves. In 2021, with some of the rate increases already enacted, we do see a significant decrease, and that's why we're coming to the board looking for additional rate increases. Those rate increases did help. As you see in that solid green line in fiscal year 21-22, it's looking like we'll end the year approximately around $40 million. So we do see that uptick from the results of those rate increases. But
Excuse me.
yes.
I think that was a break. Supervisor Cerna has a question.
Thank you.
Yes.
In terms of the baseline cost assumptions, your first bullet there regarding SB 1383 compliance, how exhaustive has there been a assessment of keeping that cost as low as possible? For instance, looking at especially the food waste part of that, how, for instance, regional SAN, our regional wastewater treatment agency, how could that agency actually receive some of that feedstock, for biodigestion at the plant, and perhaps keep costs lower for solid waste? Has anyone done an assessment of that?
That's something I'm not privy to specifically, and I'll get back to that. But specifically for this baseline assumptions, it's about the vehicles, just the collection vehicles themselves, not how you process a material once collected. However, if there's someone with the department that can answer that, it's not uncommon to use treatment facilities. So that's something that can be looked into if it's hasn't been looked into yet. The assumption here is going to be processed into compost or mulch.
Okay, I saw
That's
Doug
a
get up
current
behind you.
assumption.
Can Doug come to the podium, please? Doug, you want to try and address that?
I can. We did check with Regional Sand after our meeting last week. Regional Sand, their approach is currently they don't have the capacity for any more material. What they're looking at, and the material they really want, is the commercial food waste that comes out of restaurants and things. Ours is going to have a lot of green waste, and it's not from what I understand, it's not the right material for what they're looking for. They really need wetter, denser material, which is really your restaurant, the commercial franchise hauler organic collection.
So that's not a real opportunity because of the mix of the waste?
Not currently, and I don't think it's in their plans, but we will continue to have dialogue with them.
Okay, technology is moving fairly swiftly in terms of various opportunities to, try and address the 1383 compliance challenge. So I would, respectfully suggest that those discussions continue. In fact, some members of this board have been having other parallel discussions about how to actually maximize the use of different types of byproducts that come off of the digestion process out there in terms of biogas. So, again, I'm hopeful that the fee adjustment that you're recommending today is really a product of exhausting every possibility of keeping our capital costs as low as possible, and whether it's the fleet vehicles or the processing equipment, that kind of thing. But I think we're all interested in some win-wins here, and we sit on various different boards and commissions where we can affect the direction of how that technology is deployed. So I would hope that that's the case, that we are keep maintaining those discussions.
We are.
Okay.
And we'll continue to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Desmond.
Can I piggyback a little bit to on Supervisor Cerna, and maybe this is better for Doug. I appreciate you bringing those points up. I think those are all really great points, because I think based on the new technology, we will have opportunities to cut some costs, because there will be a value to some of these commodities or these byproducts. And so, maybe this is more in the report that we were provided, dated October, your solid waste collection rate study plan. There's a line in there on the page 3 of the introduction, and it says the differences. Let's see. You mentioned that there could be differences in the rates you recommend, may be significant and materially affect the analysis and findings presented in the report. Can you describe what you mean by that? What are some things that might change some of your evaluation of the rates?
Yeah, great question. Anytime you're rate setting, you're looking prospectively. This is projections. This is just meant to say these are projections and assumptions that may change. If, for instance, we do have an alternative approach to processing organic materials, that would materially affect the cost moving forward. It could be a savings, it could be an increase. So with that caveat, these are setting rates based on specific set of assumptions without trying to quantify what each different assumption and change in that assumption could do. So we're just trying to let people know that any sort of forward look is just an assumption that can change based on, and what I should say is this isn't let's look at this, put it on the shelf for 5 years and never look at it again. Our recommendation and what our clients typically do is revisit this on an ongoing basis, quarterly, annual, to refine these assumptions, to look for these ways of cost savings. So that's why we put the caveat in there.
I appreciate that. I mean, it is still a large rate increase over a period of time. I know we extended it out a little bit. And I think when I met with you last week, I was wrong on my math. So this is really, in comparison to the recommendation you made in January, this is only about $1.79 less than it would have otherwise been if we had approved that rate increase in January, correct?
Correct.
At the end of the term. So it's a very small decrease. But I was just curious when I saw that provision about things that could adjust your analysis. Have you, in any of those jurisdictions that you evaluate when you're comparing Sacramento County or any other jurisdictions where you've worked, have you ever seen an occasion where a rate has gone down as a result of some kind of new approach or technological advance or something?
As far as new approach, nothing comes to mind, but setting water rates for the town of Hillsborough, because we do utility rates for sewer, water, and solid waste, through a Prop 218 process. This is a maximum rate, and the assumptions on the cost of water can change. And they did so. For each year over the last 5 years, we've reevaluated and reanalyzed the necessity for the rate increases. In the final 2 years of the 5-year proposed increases were not enacted because of those savings that were not anticipated when the study was first done. I'm trying to think of any solid waste related in the last couple years. Again, these are maximum rates, so there is nothing to say that if circumstances change in 3 years and the anticipated cost of the new organics processing or collection services are less than, it doesn't mean this does not bar you from doing something less than the $1 or $2 increase that we're recommending.
And that will be, I'm sure, something very important to all of us here on this dais if those opportunities do arise. So, Doug, I'm curious. I think a discussion we had not only in January but over, I think, preceding months was about the recyclables market and how that was partly what was driving at least a portion of the rate increase. Is that the market was really unfavorable to us. But is that still the case? Because it seems like things have improved. Can you describe that or explain that a little bit? Is that having any impact?
Any more details? But yes, there was quite the dip because of the concerns with China not taking as many materials. It has rebounded slightly, and that has been put into the projections here, that increase in the cost or the revenues that can be derived from the processing and marketing of the materials. But it hasn't rebounded back to the pre-crash, I'll say, days.
And then the other thing, when we talked last week, you mentioned that we were able to realize some cost savings because we're going to be leasing the trucks instead of purchasing them, right? And I understand that that really favorable lease terms these days because the interest rates are really great, and then your longer term financing for some of your capital improvement projects. So what about at the end of these terms, either the lease term for the equipment? Well, I guess my first question: what will the lease term be for that equipment, Doug? Or sorry,
It's
8 years.
It is 8 years. It's not a lease. It's just a 8-year financing.
8-year
So you'll
financing. Okay,
own
I'm
them,
sorry.
And they typically last 7 to 10, potentially up to 12 years, collection vehicles. So how much you can get out of it. It'll be time to replace them, potentially, maybe a fraction of them. But yes, over 8 years, but you'll own them.
I think you mentioned a 30-year term on the financing for our capital improvement projects.
For the NARS facility, sorry.
For
yes.
NARS specifically, okay. And so maybe this is, there's probably a simple explanation, but I was just a dumb English major. And so when the terms of these financing projects is over, I mean, we're still stuck with a pretty, we're still stuck with all these rate increases. Can you explain to me and explain why, okay, after the terms are over, say that 8-year period of financing the equipment now that we have, why wouldn't we see a corresponding decrease in rates?
That's a great question. Because this long-term financing, that's why you have 30 years for the longer-term asset, because it should last that long, with some annual O&M maintenance and repairs. It should last potentially even longer than 30 years. So But at that time, you'll probably need significant improvements to that facility. So maybe there's an opportunity for the rate to go down at that point. But that's the useful life of the typical processing facility. So that's why we don't recommend, even if you had the cash on hand, to pay for it in cash today, because it is a long-term asset that future ratepayers will benefit from. And likewise with the vehicles. Typically amortize those or lease those, debt finance those over the life of that asset. And it generally runs 7 to 10 years. So an 8-year term, if you maintain them in good condition, they cooperate. You can't always anticipate and keep up with the technology. That they should last maybe a little bit longer, so you'll be able to hopefully see maybe a lesser increase than you otherwise may have needed at the time. So that's taken into consideration. That's why you should, number one, look at rates at least every 5 years, if not more frequent.
More frequently. Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Great.
Excuse me, we have Supervisor Natoli.
Just to follow on to the last point, though, okay, so project this out for 5 years. We're raising rates under the maximum scenario here.
Correct.
It was more than, it's 82%. You said to fully fund. I assume you're recommending fully funding these in this rate charge. Is that
Through
right?
the 5-year period,
Yeah,
yes.
82%. So you get at the end of the day, you're accounting for amortization of your vehicles. You're accounting for increased costs, both labor, as well as obviously your fleet and leases and so forth. But what I didn't hear you say, and maybe it's because it's not where your analysis takes you, that at the end of 5 years, you should have sufficient fund balance, assuming there's not anything that's terribly unanticipated,
Correct.
and that you ought to be able to level off. And again, having sat here for the years I have, and you know the ups and downs, and certainly as it relates to both Kiefer and certainly to residential rates, and we had a long period where we were leveled off and we held them static. So I guess what I would ask you is that, as you just responded to Supervisor Desmond, would you anticipate things being equal to what your analysis is here, that at the end of the 5 years we will have paid for and we'll have the sufficient revenue to back up the retirement of the debt that we're going to finance, either the 30-year and or the 8-year. You're accounting for CPI, you're accounting for labor, you're accounting for fuel, on and on and on. Don't know all those to the exact number. But at the end of the day, in 2025, is it reasonable? Again, we've done this certainly rate setting both in our water analysis and in utilities with sanitation district, and have found once we've gotten the major construction project completed and taken on other long-term capital, but also labor and so forth, that we come to a plateau where we can actually level off. I guess what's your crystal ball say about that? Because all this shows is raising rates
Right.
straight on through for 5 years, raising tipping fees. Again, you know, the combination here. But it doesn't have a kind of a chapter in the story that says, well, we think when you get to that point and you will have achieved X and Y, that here's what Z is going to be at the end of the day. So I guess I'm curious. You do this for a lot of different jurisdictions. What can this board expect? And I won't be sitting here, but
Sure.
I trust that some of my colleagues will still be, and certainly the residential customers are still going to be in place. What's the take on that?
Yeah, great question. I do wish I had that crystal ball that would tell me exactly, 6, 7, 8 years out. But the reason Prop 218 has a maximum years that you can issue the notice and adopt rates for is because when you really get beyond, say, 3 years, but they've allowed 5 years, it's difficult to know how things are going to play out. 3 years ago, did we know COVID was going to happen? No. So that's why we limit it to 5 years. But we know beyond that point, other unexpected things may happen. But what we're trying to do with this rate setting, specifically with the collection, is we know it's been operating at a shortfall. But each year, just cover the costs that have been projected for the next 5-year period. So presumably, once we've introduced the new 1383 organics collections, that it could be business as usual from that point forward. And we anticipate, if projections are exactly as they say, that you'd just be keeping up with inflation from that point forward. Or something slightly less if we have some savings from the vehicles lasting longer than you anticipated, or those sorts of cost-cutting measures or other cost-cutting measures. So the anticipation of what we did here is to generate revenues up to the cost of service, nothing more, nothing less. So the anticipation beyond the 5-year period is dependent on inflationary type increases.
So, and not to put words in your mouth, the short answer is that ad infinitum, there's going to be a rate increase every year going forward. You don't anticipate there's going to be a plateau where we can get to a point where we've gotten some equilibrium. You've funded these major expenditures. You've built in a whole lot of factors. Some of them are not predictable, and whether it's fuel or, but bottom line is what I'm hearing. Even with the maximum of 218, again, it could be fuzzy 5 years out, is that one, rates aren't going to go down, but secondly, there's probably not an end in sight for rates not going up every year.
No,
and that's a tough message to the customers, I'm telling you right now, because what it doesn't account for then is that, well, what are you doing on the efficiency side and so forth to contain those costs? And we could be doing everything and still have a need for it. But when you jump 82% in 5 years, and we were able to hold rates steady, maybe to the detriment of what we're having to talk about here today, but to say there's not going to be any relief going forward, so just get used to it. You're going to see annual increases, and that's just the way it is. That's not a very good message to the customer. I don't think people are going to, because they look at government anyway, is that all you do every time you need to cover the gap is you just raise our rates. And I think there needs to be another piece to this. And I think that, I don't know how much economy and efficiency you've looked at, your time studies and so forth. And you weren't employed to do that. But I think that this board, you can project out 5 years, but sure, to sit and every year raise rates is not a very friendly message to the 156,000 people that we serve.
And if I may, sorry, Chair, if you would like to make a comment.
No, go. I'll wait for you to.
Okay.
I have a comment after you're done.
I'm done.
Yeah, and that's always a concern of the ratepayers. So the misconception is that with this Prop 218 notice, what we're asking the board to do, first you have to mail it, make sure there's no majority protest, and that if you do adopt the rates within the Prop 218 notice, it is the maximum rates allowed. It is not a foregone conclusion that will happen. You must approve them each and every year 30 days prior to being adopted, the new increases. So what we're saying here is this is exactly what you have to do. It's just the maximum. And there's a tendency for the ratepayers to think, well, I know you'll do exactly the maximum. Don't give me that. But as I said, in the town of Hillsborough, the last 2 years, they needed 5% increases, but their costs were lower than anticipated. They had some cost-cutting measures on the capital side. They didn't enact the last 2 years of increases. So it does happen. And I believe this staff and this board will look at this in earnest over the next 5 years and make sure this is still what's needed. The difficulty here, and I wouldn't call it a difficulty, many communities do this, new services, that's where you have more of the assumptions that may or may not play out as projected. So this is, based on these current projections, these new services, what you'll need over the next 5 years to meet the cost of service. That doesn't mean beyond that you have to continue to increase rates at these levels. That is something that would be looked at in the next 5-year review.
Just one comment, but we're looking to build a fund balance of approaching $60 million
Yes.
over the next 5 years. And I think that will be the tougher explanation, even though that backs up your ability to borrow and such, is to go to the customers. We've raised rates, whether to the maximum, whatever they are within the allowable and whatever this board acts upon annually, but that you're going to be approaching a $60 million fund balance, and then you're going to say, in year 6, well, we got to raise it again because we got to cover costs because we got to have $60 million in the bank. I just, again, we've been operating, in that $40 million range. At one time it was higher, and I just, at some point in time, that becomes a balance too. Is that,
Correct.
You sit on top of those dollars for the rainy day and or to finance, and yet you continue to raise rates. And again, that's even a tougher message, I'll just say. I mean, people want you to be prudent about it and they don't want you running the count down to zero. Again, that was some of the projections we had. We were going to go into the red. But, you raise these rates. It's not just for covering costs. It's actually to rebuild the fund balance, because some of that's going into the savings, correct?
Yeah, that is correct, and that's what the graph is showing here, is we don't just want to cover our costs. We know we need reserves for cash flow purposes, for both operating and for capital. But there should be a limit to that. So that's why we show on this graph the solid red line. This is kind of a band of where we'd like to be. We don't need to be there immediately. And if we start exceeding this, when you look at this in 2-3 years, you may be able to dial back on the projected increases that we're looking at today. So those are all fair questions, and this is not just about trying to get a favorable rate for debt financing. That is a component, but in typical utility rate setting, you need your cash flow reserves in order to pay your bills on a day-to-day basis as you bill every once a month or every 2 months.
I think we knew,
Every 2 months, sorry.
we knew early, a few years ago that this was coming, but it seems like we've had such great reserves, and we haven't raised rates because we're flush with reserves, and then all of a sudden there were things that were cutting into those reserves and the new requirements of the state that are basically unfunded mandates, not to mention world conditions that are creating huge havoc on our service providers. It's like there's nowhere to turn. My question is, do you see any potential help coming from the state on these mandates that are upon us?
No, specific to 1383, no, it is an unfunded mandate, and many communities are faced with what you're faced with, finding a way to do this. Many communities did have weekly collections, so it's not as big a deal. But unfortunately, with the biweekly, getting the organics material, sorry about that, getting the organics material collected on a weekly basis is a burden on the county and their ratepayers.
So when you send out that 218 notice, do you summarize, where this is coming from, so why we're here and where this is coming from, so it doesn't look like we mismanaged our budget?
That's a great question, because yes, part of the Prop 218 noticing process, there's a requirement to divulge why the rate increases are necessary. And it's not about pointing fingers, but it's about explaining to the ratepayers of why the current rates aren't sufficient to pay for future costs.
Well, I'm going to let you go ahead because I think you're trying to do your presentation. We keep interrupting you.
But that's okay. This is great conversation, and it does relate to these slides around the fund balance, and that's what these slides really are about. And the process that we go through and kind of phases we go through in deciding what those rate increases should be. So let me get back to the fund balance graph. The solid green line is your fund balance, your reserves, if you do nothing with the rates beyond this next $5 increase. So you see, yes, we had a great rebound here in 21-22, but we do see, because of these coming costs, a decrease in that reserve balance. So we know we need to do something, but what is that something? So that's why we've included the solid red line and the dotted red line to give us kind of a target. We would like to be between those bands by the end of the 5th year. So let me explain first what the dotted red line is. That's 90 days of operating cash. So you bill bi-monthly, and utility rate setting industry practices is to have 1.5 times your billing frequency in cash reserves. You have expenses every day of the week you need to pay for, but if you bill every 2 months, you will not have the cash flow in order to pay those daily bills. So in addition to, and that's around $30 up to $40 million by the time we get to 25, 26. In addition, that would be the minimum. We want that minimum. but you have capital expenses you need to also have cash flow for, as well as we're going out for the debt funding, what the rating agencies are looking for is a healthy reserve. So we've set that in 120 days, which really encompasses the capital reserve that we like to see when we're setting utility rates, which is about an average. It's the annual average of capital expenditures over the 5-year planning period, which happens to be at a good level for favorable rates for debt financing at about 120 days. So we know that reserves are depleting. Let me set the baseline. You've already touched on the cost assumptions because this will permeate the next 2 slides as well. First, the 1383 compliance, purchasing of those new vehicles to accommodate that more frequent collection. We are assuming that 8-year short-term financing, as well as the NARS facility. Again, we're assuming the 30-year bond financing for about $27 million for that facility, as well as some of the current collection vehicles. Those that are being purchased over the next 3 years will also be short-term financed over 8 years. Again, this will permeate all the next
Before you leave that
slides.
slide, could I just ask you on the bottom, the debt coverage ratio?
Yes.
So at $40 million in reserve or fund balance, you're 22.33%. You cut that number in less than half, and you're down to 5.8. How does that work? What's the math there?
Because issuing of the bond for the facilities, you don't currently have much, if any, of debt service. So the debt coverage ratio takes your annual debt payment and divides it into the expenses. You need to have at least typically 1.2, 1.25 times. So we're looking to maintain that debt coverage ratio. When you issue the bonds in 22, 23, that drops significantly because you're now paying $1, $2, $3 million in annual
Okay,
debt.
thank you. That helps.
Thank you,
And
Don.
that's a great question. I didn't highlight there, row 9, the debt coverage ratio. Without adjusting rates and issuing that debt, that would fall below by the 5th year, the minimum 1.2, 1.25 ratio. I apologize, Chair Frost, did you have a comment?
No, I was just thanking Don for his input.
Thank you. So let's move to the first phase. When we knew at current approved rates with that $5 and no changes in the NARS and Kiefer landfill tip fees that we would deplete our reserves over the next 5 years, we looked first at let's cover our collection costs. We knew there was about a $2.5 million deficit. So what would it take to break even for your collection operations? So we assumed each July 1 from 2022 through 2026 to have the increases, which averaged about $2 per month over those 5 years each year. It depends on what size service you have. It's less than $2 if you have a 30-gallon and greater than $2 if you had a 90-gallon container. So with that, you see now our dotted green line, instead of the reserves depleting by 25, 26, with those proposed increases to just bridge the shortfall in your collection activities, we bring those reserves back up to about 30 million by the end of 25, 26. But you see it's still below that minimum level just for maintaining cash flow for operations. So we knew with this scenario, it's not enough just to touch a collection rate. So what could we do to further bridge that gap? And we knew we had to look at NARS and the Kiefer landfill tip fees. But and back to the debt coverage ratio, if we did do this, you see how that improves the debt coverage ratio. It's over 2 by the 5th year. So you can see the minor increases to monthly rates does improve that debt coverage ratio to satisfactory levels. So lastly, our rate objectives again are to bring those reserves up to the target, or at least approaching the target by the 5th year, and we exceed it just slightly. Also have the collection rate increases, as mentioned on the previous slide. They would be effective each July 1. And then $3 increases to the weighed materials being brought to Kiefer and the NARS facility. As Doug mentioned, no change in the non-weighed materials coming from the public, the pickups, the autos, in an effort to hopefully discourage illegal dumping, try not to put the burden on the public bringing materials to the facility. So we've just focused, in this scenario, increasing the weighed material tip fees. And that, as you see, we are below the minimum for 22, 23, and 23, 24, but we're on the upswing, and that's what both bond rating agencies are looking for, as well as in operations, not trying to hit the public all at once and then leveling off, but trying to feather in the increases, and that's been our approach here. And again, our debt coverage ratio exceeds the minimum requirement of 1.2. What does that mean? We've touched on this after having the two $5 increases. What are the annual impacts to your customer base? And that's shown here. I've circled it in red. Come July 1, 2022, about a $2 increase to your 30-gallon, and then increasing as you increase your level of service and size of container. And over time, again, decreasing by 25, 26, no service is increased more than $2. Here's a comparison of some of your neighboring jurisdictions we took out of the report. So we show some footnotes there and none on the slide. I apologize for that. They're contained in the report. But just briefly, I'll explain. I've highlighted in yellow there the proposed rates, ranging from $31.93 per month to $43.46. And we compare at the very bottom of this slide the average of all the other jurisdictions we show here. These rates are less than for your 60 and 90-gallon containers and slightly more for your 30-gallon. And I must say there's a caveat here. Where we could, we looked at current reports to boards and councils for the upcoming rate increases during 2022, because that's what we're proposing here, a July 1, 2022 increase. And where we had that information, we depicted it here. About 5 jurisdictions know what they plan on doing this forthcoming year. So Folsom, City of Sacramento, Elk Grove, they are already increasing their rates in order to accommodate the 1383 regulations. But many of the other jurisdictions are still weighing their options. So these rates presumably would increase in the next year. So it's a mixed bag of what we're comparing these proposed rates to. Our assumption is some of these will increase in 2022.
Excuse me, Supervisor Desmond.
Thanks. I appreciate the chart. I mean, actually, what you just said made me think, are there other jurisdictions that you're seeing that are putting rate increases on hold or delay because of COVID? Are you seeing that in any of the jurisdictions that you're working with?
No, it's been, as far as rates go, business as usual, their typical schedule. If they update them on an annual basis, they've continued to do so.
I was just curious about that with some of these jurisdictions. The other thing is, I and again, this could be a question for Doug. We're not completely comparing apples to apples with some of these jurisdictions, because if I'm not mistaken, some of them do provide some additional services, like the City of Sacramento, for instance. I think they provide additional pickup services if you put debris or items out on the curb, and I think we only provide that free one time a year. Doug, can you describe to me a little bit about how some of these jurisdictions may differ in terms of other waste-related services that are included in these fees?
So I'm most familiar with the City of Sacramento. Sorry. It's getting a little warm. The City of Sacramento does have the claw, and it's a program they run November, and I think it ends in February. And essentially, you can pile your leaves and green waste at the curb, and the city goes around and they will pick that up on a regular basis. They don't run the program through the summer, so you have green waste containers to put that material in. We have opted quite a number of years ago, we adopted the neighborhood cleanup, and it used to be in a sweeping area. We would take, for example, the Rosemont area, hit that in one day, and then move on to another area. Now it's all designed by appointment based, and it's done through Cubs. And so we actually have a routing program that helps us consolidate the pickups and change service dates so that we can service 4 or 5 homes in a area instead of going there 4 or 5 weeks in a row for one home. But our program is it's 5 by 5 by 5 pile at the curb, and we will pick it up the first time for free. The second time, we will charge $25. The third time, $25. The fourth time, $25. And so the piles are in increments of $25. We have some customers that will use the service have scheduled 14 pickups in a year. So they get 1 free, and then they pay for the 13. If you compare that to the dumpster fee of $300, $400, $500, $600, it's a great deal for the customers.
So I'm thinking, and I appreciate, thank you for that. And so I hear from constituents, and they say, okay, it's great that you have this comparison, but if I were in some of these other jurisdictions, there are some other services that are free. I mean, and I'm looking at trying to find the best deal for our constituents. You know, a lot of mine are in the unincorporated area, so they're affected by this deeply. Have you considered maybe adding a second free pickup? I mean, I'm just trying to think, how can we sell this better to the public? Hey, yes, your rates are increasing, but you are going to be getting some additional services along with it as well. Is that something you could explore? And
that is something that we can explore. One of the changes that we're proposing to make in the program is it used to be a calendar year program. And so we would get slammed in December with people, okay, I haven't used my freebie yet. And it's a hard time sometimes to get drivers with the holidays, et cetera, et cetera. So we're proposing to move that to a rotating,
Rolling 12 months.
rolling 12-month period, so that we don't bunch up people at, waiting. And if you've had your appointment this year in a calendar year, we don't want a big backlog to continue into January because people have. So the rolling would work, and we've worked that through Cubs. That is a definite benefit.
Okay, but that doesn't mean someone would maybe get 2 free pickups a year. It would still just be 1
No, it'd
free
still be
pickup
1.
a year. Well, I'd like to see it, maybe explore what it would cost to provide people 2 free pickups a year, for instance, because that is something that a lot of my constituents ask about frequently. So I'd like you to follow up with me about that specifically. Okay.
Can do. And just as a reminder, the $25 fee that we charge for the second pile is cheaper than bringing the pickup to NARS at $40.
Right.
So it's a tremendous deal that I think it's between 7 and 10% of the people take advantage of it.
It seems like a small thing, but when you're talking about fee increases like this, I mean, if we can say, hey, we're also improving the level of services that we provide, that helps.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I may, you're right that these aren't necessarily apples to apples. And one other area that we see consistently is you're just residential operations. Many of these communities are both commercial and residential, and commercial rates tend to subsidize residential rates. So it's hard to account for everything, but you've pointed out a couple of the services that other communities may be getting, but there's other factors at play as well. So if there's no further questions on the comparison, I'll just go to our last slide. This is just to give you an idea of the recommended rate increases of 3% for just the weighed materials on a per ton basis, what that means. So increasing $1.60 for refuse this coming January, and then continued 3% increases through 25-26. And again, this illustrates the non-weighed materials that the public are bringing in their vehicles. We're not proposing to increase those over the next 5-year period. And again, these are maximum rates. They can be looked at each and every year. But this will result in I shouldn't say will, it's projected to result in the fund balance shown on the previous slides to get to that target by the 5th year.
Oh, can I ask you on those, on that last, I'm sorry, I'm digressing, but on that last slide, those projections there, I noticed that Rockland was more than doubling theirs. Are they doing that in 1 year or over time, or?
No, what we're showing here, they're different service levels. So the 3 columns are different sizes of
Oh,
containers.
family, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that's their current rates. Again, each community will be relooking at their rates. Typically, as you see from this list, communities adjust their rates on July 1. So we anticipate any of those that show an effective date of July 1, 2021, we anticipate they'll be increasing. It's difficult to tell this year. Typically, we'd say most likely by about a CPI increase, but because of 1383, these communities, I think, will be facing greater than CPI type
They're
increases.
really low. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
no, great question. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Doug if there's no further questions. And as we proceed, if you do have questions of myself, I can come back up and answer those for you.
So just to recap, 5-year recommended increase is part of the financial analysis that we did, approximately $2 a month on the 60-gallon cart. We looked at projected 3% cost of living at the facilities. Remember that in one of the questions that came up today on flexibility of rates and things, so we have to come back to the board on a regular basis for increase in the facility fees. And so one of the unknowns, a big unknown for us, is any change with the water board or air board that would affect Kiefer landfill. And so having the ability to adjust an annual rate increase to accomplish the compliance with the new regulation at the landfill can easily be done in this model. Because those projects tend to be very expensive if we have to put in new wells, new gas collection system, whatever that process is. So we do have flexibility on the facility side. The other thing that we've done in here that is different than our last proposal to the board, we moved street sweeping from the residential program when we moved it into the facility program, so that the folks that are in the unincorporated area that don't get sweeping, we don't have to worry about their billing issue. The citizens will not be billed for the street sweeping. Those costs are covered under the facility proposed rate, which is a benefit because we can't sweep all the streets, especially when we get into very rural areas. You're picking up a lot of gravel, sand, dirt, and it's really not effective.
Excuse me, Supervisor Natoli has a question.
Yeah, Doug, thanks. And when I briefed with you, I asked about this because in the rural areas, we don't have the street sweeping. We're lucky we got pavement that's holding together in some cases, but the roadside litter is a problem. And if you sweep streets, typically, at least that's what's in the road right away, gutter to gutter, you're going to get a lot of that. And I asked you about it. You told me that there was some look at that working with DOT and with water resources. But, and again, I'd be willing to take anybody in this room, anybody else, who's going to go drive some roads with me and just see the accumulation of litter. And again, I know you've been attentive to some of the issues we had relative to the routes to Kiefer landfill, and I appreciate that. And I know Caltrans has cooperated with us as well. But I guess, to build it into commercial rates, then I'm going to ask the question for outlying areas where we probably haven't had ditch cleaning in a generation or so, but let alone any litter cleanup. It just accumulates in the ditch. Some of it obviously deteriorates if it's paper products and so forth. But a lot of our rural roads, and certainly not just in the South County, I imagine you could go into other areas of the county where we have less densely populated areas. It looks terrible. It looks like nobody cares. And, I know when I call your department or DOT, from time to time you'll get a crew out there, and we've had the COVID restrictions relative to the Conservation Corps, I guess, the folks we've employed to do that. But what I guess I'd like to see, and I mentioned this to you when we briefed, and I think if we're going to continue to fund street sweeping through the commercial rates, then how is it that maybe once every generation we could go out and do some rural litter cleanup in some of these areas? Because I can assure you that there's been areas that, nobody's gotten to during my career with the county, probably, and it's sad, but the accumulation and the debris and now the amount, and again, your crews are very good, and I want to sort of give you a kudo for. I know you say the 311 calls are down on illegal dumping, but I can tell you that there hasn't been any let up in the amounts, and I know my office calls in frequently. You take the 311 calls that come directly to you, but and some of that is just the folks. I don't care if it was $25 or $40, they're not going to drive to a distant location, particularly in some of the areas in South County. You know, they're going to find some corner, and there it is. In fact, over the weekend, I know my office called in 3 locations that just over the weekend, people just take the easy chair and what's left over the fence and dump it on the corner, and they're gone. And you just cleaned up a couple of those locations 2 weeks ago. My point, though, about the street sweeping is that I would like to see, and I think it's certainly would be value, and again, you're not going to do the whole county every year, but is that we institute as a part of the street sweeping effort some litter cleanup in these areas. And we used to adopt a street, and that worked well in some of the areas, but I know because of liability and coordination, that became, and that wasn't through your department, you coordinated, but it was obviously through DOT, and solid waste would pick up the orange bags. So I guess I'd like to ask that, and maybe you can elaborate just a little bit, but I don't want to get sidetracked here too much, but I did ask you about it in a briefing, because if we're now going to blend that, it's not visible in the residential rates, it doesn't have to have a separate rate for the franchise area, but there's nobody attending to the ditches out there. And I think it's sad. It's sad that people litter and things fly off of trucks and whatever, but I think we have a responsibility in our public rights of way to maintain them to some degree, and it just hasn't occurred, and I get it. So is there some thought about how we could implement something that would allow us to at least get to some of those areas of the county over time and do some cleanup?
There is, and one of the positive things that's been happening is Bruce Wagstaff has been working and bringing in different departments to deal with the homeless encampments and the cleanup and some of those. And in that process, we have a current contract with a company called Forensic Clean, who can provide services that the county staff can't do in some of these cleanups. But because of that need, we do have somebody that can do sweeps in different areas. It's a 2-man crew. We're coming back to the board on December 15th with a contract recommendation so that we can add more litter pickup, another litter pickup team to our arsenal to be able to go out and do. But you touched on one point that's important, the COVID. We are utilizing, for a while, we couldn't use the sheriff's department teams to go out because of COVID and trying to get all the folks out there at one time. We've worked out an arrangement with the sheriff's department now where they're cleaning the roads out near Grant Line, near Kiefer, Roseville Road in front of NARS on a weekly basis. And so there is movement now, and this group that Bruce has really been a great place to get everybody talking. Water Resources, if you remember, Water Resources has responsibility if it's in a ditch or a waterway. If it's on a sidewalk, it's DOT. If it's in the curb, it's ours. If it's a bulky waste, but we don't pick up litter. But through these contracts, and we're still researching, trying to develop another contract or two to be able to go out and handle some of the litter. Exactly how we're going to pay for that and which portions of this, I can't give you those answers yet, but we know there's a need, and we're continuing to work on it.
Well, and I would just say, at least on the solid waste side, that was part of the discussion when the SWA was dissolved, was that we would have the ability to focus, and we had done it even with the arrangement in the city and the county, again, using commercial franchise fees. So I wouldn't want to lose sight of that, because that was part of the conversation, not just illegal dumping, but litter cleanup. And it was a modest amount. I think they budgeted $100,000 annually. We had Conservation Corps, sheriff's crews when they're available, but they get called upon for lots of different things. And when you start talking about outlying areas of the county, you got travel time and supervision and all that, and restroom facilities and everything that goes into the coordination. And so I guess I'll be very interested to see what you bring us next month and how that plays out, because I know there's plenty to pick up in our suburban and urban settings, But again, a coordinated approach that would plot out over time beyond the frequently traveled routes. And again, I thanked you, but I'll thank you again for some of the routes to Kiefer. We're doing much better this year this year than we were last year. But it needs to be attended to. And if we're going to build this into the commercial rates, either through this particular budget unit and or what we're receiving off the franchise fees that was now coming all to the county for the portions that folks are paying into it. I'd like to see a little more attention given to some of those outlying areas. I think it's not just in District 5. There are other outlying areas that are adjacent to suburban settings. And I know people can stay busy full-time cleaning up some of the situations that we have and full-time plus, but when you come in on December 15th, we have a more conversation. Could I just ask, Madam Chair, while we're doing this, though, I know you're winding up, but before you get done, in the written staff report, we talked about this in briefing as well, the 9,500, give or take, customers that currently either have some sort of a green waste exemption and or don't have carts at their houses, and how that's going to be rolled out coming July 1st, and what it's going to reflect on their bill. But also, some folks have just basically said, I don't want that cart.
Right.
I'll pay for the service. I'm not even getting the service, but I don't want it. And how you're coming to grips with that, because, and I would just say, I think a lot of those customers are probably in District 3, so get ready for that. So.
We looked at that more from a blanket standpoint, and we started delivering recycling carts out to folks that had not wanted them. We got some pushback from some of the folks. We're now looking at more of a one-on-one conversation with those folks to see what they need. There is, unfortunately, with 1383, some of it's a little bit of a quicksand for us. Because the law says I have to deliver a refuse can, a recycle can, and an organics can to every house. It doesn't mean that the resident has to use it, right? But in some cases, we can get waivers for lack of space. In some cases, because of population density in an area, we might be able to get a waiver for that. So we're continuing to explore all those options and roll this out. Not from a standpoint of just delivering a cart now. We're really trying to do it more of an individual approach and talk to the customer. Part of that is to educate them on the process. This is not something that the department has come up with and mandated. It's a state mandate.
So I think I asked my briefing, but I guess I'd like to know the number of customers both in the franchised area but also in the county area that covers D5. How many of that subset are in my district, just
right,
so I can be prepared.
So we are going to prepare that for all of
us. Okay.
Districts.
Okay, great. Thanks.
And we are also going to provide you with, by your district, the list of the premium service homes in your area, so you know which ones are there.
Thanks, Doug.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And quick question, Doug, you just mentioned it, actually. I was going to ask you about the premium service, and I think this is something that people should hear, that you have reduced the number of customers paying premium service. Can you just describe what you've done? Because that was something that's very welcome by many ratepayers.
So when we started this process of looking at premium service in the last rate study we did last year, we identified, I think it was 700 or 800 homes that were getting premium service. The language for premium service was developed in the early 90s, and it was designed when we had a one-person truck or a specific type of truck that would have to service. Over time, if you had an address and you were on that circle or on that lane and you signed up for service, you automatically were signed up for premium service. So we completed, after our last presentation in September, we went through and physically audited every single house, every one of the 800 homes. Both ourselves and Waste Management, our contractor in the South. We looked at each street, and with a new criteria in terms of, with the street, the potential hazards, is there enough turnaround room so we don't have to drive in one way and then drive back up for an extended length of time. We whittled that number down. I believe it's 84 accounts. And so we are going to provide you with that list by district of who is getting premium service, and we'd be happy to sit with your staff and explain why our new criteria requires them to have the service.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for doing that, and that's important, those kinds of steps, always be evaluating the programs we have and whether it's necessary to be charging someone a premium rate.
So thank you. One last thing, we actually, when we went back and looked at that list, we actually went, if they had been paying for premium service and weren't required to have it, we actually gave them a credit back for the 3-year that we have in the ordinance that we can do. If they only own the house for a year, they only got a year's credit, but we did make those adjustments for all the 600 or 700 accounts that we dropped from premium service, and that has all been taken care of.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank
Double
you. Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, Doug, just very briefly, first of all, thank you for you and your staff and the work that you put into this. I think we're in a much better place than we were originally. This is fair, comprehensive, and unfortunately necessary for all of the reasons that you've stated before. I do want to, because I wouldn't be me if when you're at the podium, if I didn't say we have to continue to look at new technologies.
Yes.
And as a way to meet our needs. And you know how I'm loath to put more trucks on the road, but obviously they're necessary at times. But please continue to seek out new technologies. And then second, this is off, but you brought it up. Thank you so much for the work that Forensic Clean has done in District 2. In some of the diciest, sometimes most dangerous situations, they've done a fantastic job. So thanks for that.
Thank you. We'll pass that along.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy.
So this is just some highlights. We're requesting tying the residential rate increase to July of 2022, which is we are coordinating our efforts to start the weekly collection of organics in July with the other jurisdictions in the county. And so seeing an extra charge on the bill with seeing weekly organics collection in my mind matches up well, so they see a new service coming in for the increase. We talked about the street sweeping program. Climate change. So one of the challenges that we were given when we come to the board for issues is to address our climate change plan. So I just want to touch on this. We have all but one of our forklifts are now fully electric. And I don't know if we had a forklift in last year's capital or not, but that one will get replaced with an electric forklift. Electrification of refuse trucks, we are required. The law said that in 2026, we were supposed to start buying refuse trucks, at least half of our new trucks that were all electric. That regulation now has been moved up, I believe, to 2024. We are still evaluating those. I know there's a couple jurisdictions. I think Folsom just was looking at electrification of two of their refuse trucks. That technology, in my mind, is not as far along as our transfer tractors. And so what we're really focusing on now is, with your help and your approval on projects, we have gotten grant money from SACMED to improve the electric infrastructure at NARS. And it's my anticipation that our first electric vehicles there would be transfer tractors at some point. We are struggling right now. We have 2 yard dogs. They're the trucks that move the trailers from the empty line into being filled at the compactor or facility, and then staged for delivery out to the landfill. One of our concerns right now is that even though there are electric vehicles, we think the lead time, we've heard lead times as much as 2 or 3 years. And I don't think we can keep our 2 yard dogs working that long. So we may have to look at a diesel option just to bridge that gap. So the technology is there, but the supply of vehicles is not necessarily there. So, but I'm encouraged that we've done a lot of work. Brian Liebig, our principal engineer, and his team have really done a good job in trying to build the infrastructure. It's Bradshaw for the CNG facility, as well as anticipating electrification of all the vehicles that will eventually be at NARS. And again, this is just a balance of, as Rick mentioned, we're trying to balance the residential and the facility increases. Simply a slide to show what we had asked for. This is history, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. Here are the proposed increases by the different years and what the rate would be. So when you look at your comparison with other jurisdictions, and not all of them have approved rates, some are still negotiating with their franchise hauler. Again, we wanted to show you which categories would be flat fee frozen over our projected time length. Again, this is NAR's flat fees. Here's a quick comparison to the City of Rancho is still negotiating their agreement changes, but City of Elk Grove has approved some. City of Roseville, so our proposed 3577 is right in line with where some of the other communities would be in July. Again, this is an interesting one. I alluded to this earlier. So you have our flat rates. I think all of us were concerned that when we raised the flat rate, we'd see a huge spike in illegal dumping. Our actual 311 call volume is not increased over that time. And I think part of the reason is because our rate is still the lowest around for car flat rate vehicles by far. The $40 rate that's proposed at NARS, the Kiefer landfill at $35. And again, when you look at our rates, we still are the low-cost provider to the residents. That doesn't mean they can't get a better deal through the ABNC program that we talked about. And our recommended action is twofold. It's the increase, approval to increase the weight fees at the landfill January 1st, and then approval to be able to start the Prop 218 on the residential side.
Thank you, Doug, for a great presentation. Supervisor Cerna has some comments.
Thank you. So, thank you, Doug. Relative to the last few slides where you addressed the comparison to other jurisdictions, what exactly is our communication strategy going forward should the board adopt this today to explain that to the ratepayers? It's because they don't necessarily aren't going to be too sympathetic with just the idea of a rate increase for obvious reasons. But are we giving some thought to how we explain where the rate that they would be paying falls within kind of the regional average, so that they understand that this is somewhat relative?
Yes, we have a whole team working on that, specific for the county, but we're also, it's in conjunction with the other jurisdictions when it comes to the new organics program in 1383. So for our rate increase, we are required to send notices out for Prop 218. We do have staff available to do community speaking events. We've got a pretty robust website and social media campaign going. We're trying to cover all the bases that we can to get the word out. And we have to, as Rick mentioned earlier, there are certain things that are required in the Prop 218.
Yeah, I'm not thinking so much the 218, legal requirements in terms of noticing. I'm talking about what a ratepayer might get in their residential bill that helps explain that why this is necessary and how it compares with some of the other jurisdictions, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. Perhaps not so much in the comparison of rates with other communities, but there's a huge opportunity here when all of us start the organic collection in July to really maximize our educational dollars in terms of the same message. Mm-hmm. New requirement from the state. We have to collect food with the green waste container. You're going to see it on in ads on the radio, TV. we have to do a really good job of announcing that if we want the program to be successful.
To me, that's the most important thing you've said this morning, because if we don't do a good job with that, I think the ratepayers are just going to assume that the Board of Supervisors woke up one morning and decided, hey, let's go raise rates, and without understanding, the why and, the how, and in terms of what other jurisdictions are also doing, where we fall in terms of the amount that we're increasing.
And staff is already working on the drafts. I mean, they've been working really hard on the educational, the outreach campaign.
Great, and that'll be multilingual, I assume?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah. Thanks again, Doug. I wanted to ask about, because I know it was a topic of discussion some months ago. So on the recycling end of this, there's no recyclables going into the landfill, right? You've taken care of that. You can assure
That's
us?
correct.
Okay.
We're delivering everything that we collect out of the blue carts to a facility.
Okay. And I know folks present in the audience, but I'm curious, where are we with, we've been going around and around about our recyclable contracts, so not to get into any negotiations here, but where do we stand on that? Because again, I think we're kind of tenuous, if I'm not mistaken, as it relates to, having certainty about where our recyclables will go in the future. So we have recycling industries and obviously, Cal Waste in the southern part of the county. So are we settled on that? Go ahead.
We've reached agreement with one vendor on a contract adjustment with consideration. We still haven't reached agreement with the other vendor, although I owe them back a response to their last letter, which I intend to do very shortly,
Okay.
Assuming that we get the Prop 218 process going.
So if I guess I'm hopeful that'll get worked out. But if it doesn't, our backup is not taking recyclables to the landfill. We will make other arrangements. Is that accurate?
That's our goal.
Okay.
I've heard loud and clear from the board
No, I know.
not to send any
yeah.
recyclables to the landfill. So.
Yeah, and again, I know we talked about unpredictability when Rick was presenting, and again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here as much as I'm just trying to be assured, because again, obviously, our work with private sector contractors and other public agencies is a piece of how all this fits together, and we truck materials out of county already, and I know we're doing our best to, manage the waste stream as well as the recycles and the organics. I just want to be certain, because I think, and I'll just say it one more time for the record, that the expectation, we pick up the blue cards by the public, is they've done their part, we need to do our part, and it's not landfilling it. And I recognize some of the stressors that contributed to the decision, a year and a half ago to start doing that. But I know you've assured us, and I trust what you say. So I just want to be certain that we're going to work hard to figure out whatever arrangements we have, but we're not going to, the fallback is not to landfill our recyclables.
It's still my goal to work this out with the second vendor.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. At this time, I'm going to ask our clerk if we have any callers on the line. I do not see any public comments.
And I do not have any callers in queue.
Okay. We have no public comments and no further questions from the board. So we can entertain a motion.
I want to ask one question about the 218 process. When do you anticipate being back to this board? Because that's where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah.
Because we ultimately have to approve that.
So current timing, if you approved the recommendation to start the 218 process, we've tentatively scheduled a return to the board on January 25th.
Happy New Year. Okay.
Yeah.
And I would move the staff recommendation to initiate the 218 process, and we'll see how that plays out when it gets back to us. So.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Natoli and a second by Supervisor Cerna.
Could I interrupt for just 1 minute?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I think the requested recommended actions, there's two.
Right, and also
Right.
staff recommendation is to raise the tipping, to adjust the fees at Kiefer and NARS. Is that right, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay.
I just
that was
wanted it to
intent-
be on the record.
Good,
that
yeah, that's
you're
right.
moving
I
for
intend
both.
that to be a part of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Doug and Rick, for helping and answering all of our questions today. Good luck with your work. And we'll see you in January. Next item, please.
Item 2 is the workshop on affordable housing fee deferral and waiver program fee waiver cap.
Good morning, Mr. Davidson.
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
And I am Bob Davison, the Division Chief of the County Engineering Division. And I'll be presenting this workshop. I just want to point out from the outset that today's workshop was actually the result of a team that was put together that included myself and Dorothy Kadani with County Engineering, Christine Weichert and her staff with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency, or SHRA, and Christoph Dobson with the Sacramento County Regional Sanitation District, or Regional SAN, in the Sacramento Area Sewer District. And also, the report was prepared in coordination with the Department of Transportation and the Sacramento County Water Agency, and also the Department of Finance staff that actually administers the fee waivers that are being discussed today. So to start off with a little bit of background, on April 6th, while considering amendments to the fee deferral and affordable housing waiver program ordinances, the board directed that staff return with a workshop on the fee waiver cap due to the situation that was being talked about, that there was a backlog with these fee waiver caps. With these fee waivers, and that the cap was hit, and I'll explain the cap in a second. And then the suggestion was maybe to increase the cap from 200 to 400 to 500. So anyway, I'm going to start out with a little bit of background, because there are various fee deferral and what we're talking about today, affordable housing fee waiver programs that are offered by several agencies. So including the Sacramento County Water Agency, the Regional Sanitation District, and the Sacramento Area Sanitation District, and Sac County, which has several fees that are subject to its cap. So in this workshop, we'll address the fee waiver caps for the affordable housing waiver programs, in which just for a little bit of definition, the total number of fee waivers are limited annually to a certain number of waivers, and a waiver means that a developer, for a fee that's waived, doesn't have to pay the impact fee related to the fees that are being charged for normal housing that's not affordable and subject to a waiver. And the total amount of waivers that can be approved for each of these programs in a year, which is what we call the cap. And these fee waivers are available only for qualified affordable housing projects, which are certified by SHRA. So with that, I'd like to put a exhibit up on the overhead. So one of the things that was first discovered when we convened this team after the April board meeting was that there was not just one cap. I know that everybody said that the cap was hit, and it certainly was stopping affordable housing projects that maybe could be going forward with the fee waivers. But it's important to understand that there are actually several caps. So for example, there's a Sacramento Area Sewer District cap for the Sacramento Area Sewer District fees, and that cap is 200. There's a county cap, and the county cap covers the Sacramento County Transportation Development Fee Program, the Transit Impact Fee Program, several plan area fees like Antelope, North Vineyard Station, Florin Vineyard, Vineyard, and North Vineyard Station, and also the countywide library fee. And then the Sacramento County Water Agency has a cap of for the Zone 11 drainage program, and also it has a cap for the Water Agency Zone 40 program. All of the caps are 200, except the Water Agency cap, which is 100, likely due to the size of that district. But there are 5 caps, not 1 cap. So with that, this exhibit also shows the usage of these waivers over, well, since 2008, 2009. So, and what could be seen from this exhibit is that these waivers have been available for a long time, and they have been utilized, but actually the county or these other agencies were never in the situation where they were even close to the cap until 2019, 2020, and in that year the cap was hit. I do have an asterisk there because there was a project called the Rail Yards 46 project, which ultimately didn't go to construction, and so 91 of those units were not utilized, and that's something we'll be talking about a little bit later. And then in 2021, the Regional Sanitation District hit the cap at 200. No other waivers were approved that year. And then the current year to date, the Regional Sanitation cap has already been hit, and the various other waivers have been approved for the other agencies. So with that, I'll go back over here. So like I said, the team was convened after the April board meeting, and we reviewed the fee waiver cap situation and found several things. Well, first, we found that waivers were counted as if there was only 1 cap. And that certainly was a problem because there's 5 programs, and even though clearly, at least in the past few years and this year, the sanitation district has reached their cap, well, the other programs didn't reach their cap, and staff wasn't necessarily administering it as per ordinance. And I'll be talking later, but that's something that's already been cleaned up. But so not only was there an issue where the sanitation cap was reached, but also it was deemed that the other caps were reached, which wasn't the case. Now, and like I said, the regional cap, sanitation cap is the only cap that's been exceeded. And part of the reason for that is the sanitation district obviously has a much bigger service area than some of these other agencies, especially the ones that are just in the county unincorporated area. The sanitation district includes Sacramento, Citrus Heights, Folsom, Rancho Cordova, and Elk Grove. And a lot of these affordable housing projects are happening in the cities. So when an affordable housing project happens in the city, it hits the regional SAN cap and doesn't hit the, say, the county cap, for the transportation development fee program. So, So with that situation, you have development happening in the cities with 1 cap, going up to its limit, and it's still availability for several other programs. And in addition, we did identify administration issues. Like I said before, waivers were authorized and were not used. The Rail Yards project was an example. Also, there was a project called Quail Run, where 22 units were denied because of the regional SAN cap being hit. But after our effort started, that was noticed, and staff went back to that developer, and the Quail Run project is now eligible for the 22 units that were previously denied, and they're certainly authorized for waivers in this fiscal year. So with that gives you a little bit of background on the affordable housing fee waiver program, the fee waiver cap, and the situation that led to the perception that there was a backlog. And I guess more than a perception, there was a backlog. And just so with that, now I want to tell you about what we can do about it. Like I said, we're not recommending today that we increase the cap to 400 to 500, but we do have measures that no action will be needed from the board today. But we have measures that, mostly with the sanitation district, that with ordinance that are going forward, that should resolve this current backlog situation. So first of all, So like I said, Christoph Dobson with the Sanitation District is part of this team. And he's, I believe, on the phone today if there are any questions for Christoph. But there's going to be 2 ordinance amendments that they will be proposing that will affect this cap situation. So the first one is to base regional sanitation district waivers on ESDs rather than dwelling units. And ESD is equivalent single family dwellings. So the issue with ESDs is that, as I mentioned, there were 5 programs here, but the regional SAN program is the only one that actually funds the fee waiver cap program within its program. And they were able to do that because they got an opinion from their council if they funded at a certain level that would be considered de minimis and that they could fund the fee waivers in the program. So because they're funding the fee waivers in the program and they amended their ordinance many years ago to fund the waivers in the program, they actually calculate it based on ESDs and not on dwelling units. And since most of these affordable housing projects are multifamily dwelling units, the 200 cap in the ordinance basically states it's dwelling units, but the calculation behind how they funded it in their program was based upon ESDs. So with that, there's a simple ordinance amendments that the Sanitation District is already working on that they'll present to their board, I believe in late January, where they'll acknowledge using ESD for the regional sand cap. And with that, and there's 0.75 equivalent single-family dwelling units per ESD, that basically would increase the cap, assuming it's all multifamily units, from 200 to 267. So right there is one way there that the regional sand cap could be increased. So a second measure, which will even have more of a impact, is again, I told you that they fund the waivers in their program. So, and prior to 1920, the 200-unit waiver cap was never reached. Well, regional sand staff has reviewed their ordinance and believe it can be changed to allow a rollover of unused fee waivers from previous fiscal years. This is achievable since they fund the waivers in the program. Therefore, it's logical to allow the waivers to roll over to future years because they've been paid for or will be paid for by future fee payers. So regional staff is also preparing an ordinance amendment that would allow such a rollover, and they would go back to 2013 and 14 when they amended their ordinance and started funding the fee waivers in their program. So with that, there would be about 1,000 unused fee waivers available by allowing for this rollover. So with the 2 measures that I just discussed, with the regional SAN considering an ordinance to allow for the ESD change and to allow for the rollover, that would basically allow about 1,300 additional fee waivers available for the coming years. So we felt that was a real good result, and certainly a result that's going to help, if not eliminate, this backlog.
Excuse me, Supervisor Natoli had a question.
Yeah,
Sure.
Just on your last point, Bob, about the backlog, because that's some of what, obviously, I think was some of the questions we were getting that didn't pose, this look that you're going over. So that backlog has been identified, and is it your take that once the ordinance amendments were presented and assume they were approved by the Sanitation District Board, that there could be a fairly expeditious addressing of that? Because I know folks, in some cases, obviously, are in application periods, and knowing what this piece of it is, whether it's the Sanitation District or any other waivers, is a key piece of how they put their programs together. So, what's your sense about that backlog? I mean, because that was part of the complaints we're hearing, is that people were just being turned away at SHRA and or other places because there wasn't capacity in that given year. So, what's your sense about that?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I believe that once the Sanitation District takes action, and then I know there's a waiting period for implementation of the ordinance, that the waivers will be available. I believe SHRA and county staff are communicating with affordable developers so they kind of know this is coming.
Okay.
So I think there's going to be an attempt to not let a project just die, because if the waivers are available and just simply by waiting, they would have been able to move forward. I'm pretty sure that communication is going on. Christine Weichert,
Yeah.
potentially, if she's nodding her head, so I believe
Yeah.
she agrees
Okay.
with what I said, but.
Okay, so, because there was a bit of a queue, it wasn't dozens, but it was, there was, several projects that had been identified that had sought or were waiting kind of in the queue, and obviously there are other sequential aspects of applications and such, but, okay, well, that's good to know. So who's doing the communication?
Well, I would start with Christine Weichert with SHRA.
So SHRA, do all the projects go through SHRA? Yes. They do, okay. So all of those projects would go through, even those that would be in the incorporated cities? Okay. All right, very good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So with that, and I'm almost at the end of the presentation, other adjustments are with the fee administration. So by implementing the fee waiver caps as separate caps, this will also improve the utilization of the program, because I don't know if we know if there's certain projects that didn't happen in the county because waivers weren't approved. But now that it's realized that the regional sand cap does not stop other developers, let's say in the county, from using the county cap space to pay for to have their Sacramento County Transportation Development fee waived, for example, and their library fees waived, for example, other projects will be able to move forward. And also, even the Sacramento Area Sewer District was not at the cap. It was only the regional sand, because of its boundaries with the cities, that was even at the cap. So with these changes, improved communication and administration, not only will there be 1,300 plus or minus waivers available with the regional sand program, but there will be better utilization of the other programs that are all under the cap at this time. So with that,
Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
and I'm almost done. So with that, and so we are not recommending that the county, the water agency, and the SASD caps be increased at this time, but they're well under their caps. They do not fund the waivers in their program like the regional sand district program does. But with better communication, SHRA and the county and the districts will watch the situation. And if we get to the situation where they are getting close to the cap, certainly that will be addressed when that occurs. So with that, I just wanted to say, thanks for the team working on this review. And also, we did meet a few times with the Sacramento County Housing Alliance, who I believe brought up some of the original concerns. And the meetings were pretty good, and I believe that they're supportive of the discussion that we're presenting today.
Thank you.
And that's the end of my presentation, and I or Christophe or Christine or others maybe can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy had a question, and then we'll see if Christophe has any comments from the phone after Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the work. This is a couple of things here that you don't always see in government. One is it's logical, and two is different agencies actually talking to each other. So I think that we're, taking leaps and bounds steps here, and I really appreciate it. Because it's almost, even look, when I read the staff report, it was almost a self-fulfilling prophecy that we don't get more applications because the cap, but yet we're saying, but they haven't exhausted the cap. So this makes perfect sense. So thank you for that. Sure. The one question I do have, you brought up Sacramento Housing Alliance, and in their letter they did say that they supported the staff recommendation, but they did have one addition. I'm just going to read it. I know you've read it, but just for the record, and since they can say it better than I can, it says, "We also recommend that the Board of Supervisors authorize waivers for affordable housing developments under construction that were unable to receive a waiver because of the cap, provided the development has not yet received their certificate of occupancy. This is an important additional change that will ensure affordable housing developments but that were eligible but unable to receive the waiver can benefit from this change. Do you have a comment on that?
And I think Christine maybe can comment better, so let's have Christine take that one.
You can just nod your head in the record, Christine. Thank you.
Yes, we are aware of that project. There is one project, and we are, right now, they've applied for a deferral, but we will be able to change that to a waiver while it's under construction. So we will resolve that issue for that project.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. And at this time, I'll ask our clerk if we have any public comments on this item.
Actually do have maybe a couple, but at least one.
I guess I forgot. I had mentioned I was going to ask Christoph if he wanted to make any comments.
Okay.
I think he's on the phone, or...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Mr. Dobson.
All right, thank you. This is Christoph Dobson. I'm the district engineer for Regional SAN. And Bob laid it out there just as I would have. I'll just mention the timing that we're working on the ordinance changes right now. And we're targeting the January 26th board meeting to introduce amendments to our ordinance. And then they would be adopted February 9th and effective March 11th. So that's just the timing of the ordinance changes, assuming there's no glitch in that. But that's our plan for right now, and we're still on that schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Dobson. Okay, at this time, we'll ask for public comment.
Yes. Can you please transfer the caller? It might only just be one. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Madam Chair, members. Mike Kelly with West Development Ventures. First, I'd like to thank the board as well as the various agencies involved in the program for taking time to discuss this matter. I've utilized the fee waiver and deferral program on 5 separate occasions and really do appreciate the agency's time to review and discuss the opportunity to roll over these waivers and talk about best practices to improve the process. I think it's important to note that these waivers really do matter. For affordable housing developers, it's the same as cash. I don't know what the exact value of the waivers are should they be rolled over, but I do know it's a very significant number by anyone's standards that will help produce hundreds of additional units. Also, as you can imagine, it's difficult to coordinate the myriad of documents required by the Tax Credit Allocation Committee as well as debt and equity providers with the 4 or 5 different agencies. So taking the time to increase coordination and cooperation is truly appreciated and important. So I guess I'd say my only observation at this point is to echo the Sacramento Housing Alliance's comment relative to allowing projects that have not received a C of O to utilize the waivers. And second, for the board to consider staff capacity at the Department of Finance. DOF handles all the intake and coordinates processing of the documents, which can be particularly burdensome during the closing process. You have commitment letters, deeds of trust, subordination agreements, and other recordable documents. So I'll say that currently staff, Tanya, if I can say her name, has been just amazingly efficient. But with the possibility of more projects being produced, the increased workload can become problematic for everyone. So just a couple of observations. In short, I would agree with the thoughts put forward with the Sacramento Housing Alliance and as well as the staff report. It's very obvious the agencies have put a lot of thought into this matter, and I truly appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And that concludes your public comments, and I'll close the comments now.
Thank you. And Mr. Davison and Mr. Dobson and Christine Weichert, I want to thank all of you and your teams for your out-of-the-box thinking and ability to find a solution. And we appreciate the presentation today.
Great.
Thank you. And did you need direction? I mean, you're bringing it. I think it's pretty...
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it appears that there's consensus that this is a good thing, so...
Yeah, no action is required from your board. It's a workshop. It's the only action would be to provide any direction as your board sees fit.
I will just say that you have set the expectation high, so keep doing this.
Yeah, and we do have some comments from Supervisor Natoli also.
Yeah, I want to certainly thank the team that you outlined, acknowledged, but I also wanted to thank Ann Edwards. This question came up even before she was our interim county executive and certainly our county executive, and under her direction and certainly with the leadership that's here in the room, people were pulled together. We took a serious look at it. We found where there were some shortcomings, but also where there were some opportunities. And I want to thank you, Ann, for seeing to that it got to the board. I can tell you, I can recall, at least on a couple of occasions, going back probably a year and a half ago, or maybe even longer, where I asked about this, even in the public setting. And it took a while to get it here, but I think in the end, it was, certainly worth waiting for, but I think has a promise for really helping us in one area of trying to, I think, not so much create, but I think motivate and provide some backdrop for additional housing in this community, which is so badly needed. So thank you for seeing to that it got to us.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli, and thank you, Ann.
Well, thank you very much for that. And I really particularly want to thank the team for working on this. And I really have to thank Deputy CEO David Villanueva, too, because he really dug in on this one to assist.
Great. Thanks to all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we do have a little bit of a break before our next item because it was timed at 1:15. So I would respectfully ask that you would call for a recess.
Okay. At this time, we'll take a 10-minute recess. It's perfect. Okay, welcome back from recess. This meeting is called back to order. I don't know if we need to call roll or
Yes.
not.
Supervisors Kennedy, Natoli, Desmond, Cerna,
Here.
Frost,
Here.
and you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Okay, and for item number 3, you are acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency and Sacramento County Water Financing Authority, approving the forms of and authorizing the execution and delivery of a Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act term sheet, and the acronym for that is WIFIA, and so a credit agreement and a fourth supplemental installment purchase contract in connection with the financing of a portion of the water agency's Arden Service Area Distribution System pipe realignment and meter installation project.
Good afternoon, Chair Frost and Board of Supervisors. I'm Colin Bettis, the County Debt Officer. The item I'm bringing before you today is the approval of the Water Infrastructure Financing and Infrastructure Act loan for the Water Agency, which I'll reference as the WIFIA credit agreement going forward. The Water Agency intends to finance costs associated with certain additions and improvements to the agency's water system comprised of the Arden Service Area Distribution Pipe Realignment and Meter Installation Program. The WIFIA credit agreement was selected as the method of financing due to the advantageous rates that are provided through the program that essentially would have saved the agency approximately $1.9 million over the term of the loan when compared to a public issuance of debt. Moving on to the slides, I'd like to identify the key terms of the WIFIA loan. The amount of the loan is identified as $81,215,031. This amount is under 49% of the total estimated cost of the project, which is the requirement of the WIFIA loan program that 51% or more is matched by the water agency. The final maturity will be June 1st of 2060, and the payments will be interest only until the first principal payment on June 1st, 2029, which will smooth the debt service for the water agency as the final payment of the Series 2019 bonds is June 1st of 2028. The interest rate is currently estimated at 2.08% as of October 20th, and the debt will be issued as parity debt, meaning that the lien position will be equal to all other debt currently outstanding within the agency's debt portfolio. S&P and Moody's have provided ratings for this potential credit agreement as required by the EPA. And during the review process, S&P has upgraded the water agency's credit rating to AA-, which aligns the two credit ratings within the high-grade credit. Moody's carries a rating of AA3 and maintained that rating. In addition to the recommendation, so that's slide 1 going over all the terms. If we could go ahead and move on to slide, I've got that, sorry, my apologies. So this slide shows the debt service with the addition of the WIFIA credit agreement. You'll see that we have the 2007 B bonds and the 2019 bond debt service that's currently outstanding, and then we'll wrap in that 2021 WIFIA credit agreement. In addition to the recommendation to the board to approve the WIFIA credit agreement, the agency and the Office of Budget and Debt Management will come back before the board in December to recommend approval of an additional interim financing for the interim revenue bonds in order to achieve additional savings of approximately $1.8 million during the construction period. This is shown on this slide. You'll see that we have the 2021 WIFIA loan draw. That's if we just issued the WIFIA loan. And then in the second column, you'll see the 2022 revenue notes along with a WIFIA draw in 2025. The agency will be, the WIFIA credit agreement allows for the unique opportunity to lock in those long-term interest rates in December when we close on the WIFIA credit agreement, and then issue short-term debt taking advantage of the interest rates during that 5-year period, which reduces the interest that we would actually pay during that construction period. The agency will be required to pay a portion of the interest on the interim financing mechanism. However, that will be paid in short-term interest rates estimated at 0.37% compared to that 2.08%. In addition, we plan to issue the interim financing mechanism with a premium, which will be used to pay for the cost of issuance and a portion of the interest that would be due during that construction period. We are not requesting the approval of the interim revenue bonds at this time, but we will be back again in December. That concludes my presentation. Both Michael Peterson and Herman Williams are here from the Water Agency. We also have 2 representatives from PFM, Nick Jones and Darren Hodge, on the line from our financial advisor, and we also have Jenna McGann from ORIC, our bond counsel, on the line if you should have any questions that they need to answer.
I have a couple questions. So is this a capital appreciation bond? Is this a negative amortization that's taking place as we're only paying interest? And third question is it fixed or are we subject to inflation?
They are fixed interest rates, and they are not capital appreciation bonds. The fixed interest rate is actually, that's one of the key advantages of this WIFIA credit agreement, is that we get to lock in that long-term rate, but we don't actually pay on it until we draw down on the amount of that credit agreement. So in this interim term, what we'll be doing is relying on the issuance of the interim financing mechanism. We'll use that for the proceeds that we need to complete the project. Once the project is completed, we'll draw down the WIFIA credit agreement and start paying on that agreement at that point in time, but we will have already locked in the rates at that 2.08% approximately within the next month.
And then when you begin paying it, when you draw it down and begin paying it, it's amortized over 30 years or whatever?
Not until 2060, yes, that's correct.
But the terms are set before you draw on it.
That's correct.
So when you draw on it, it's a matter of the amount and the calculation based on the terms that are preset.
That's correct. There's no balloon payments associated with the WIFIA credit agreement, and it's just a regular calculation as if it was a mortgage that you're just paying interest on for the first 5 years, and then you start paying on the premium. You'd be paying the principal and interest after that. And again, I mentioned that the first principal payment date would be June 1st, 2029. So more than 5 years, but we're not pulling down on that WIFIA credit agreement until 2025.
Okay, that's good. I wonder if any of the individuals on the phone would like to speak, or
They're
are they just here
primarily
for
on the line
questions?
just for answering any questions that you should have. Yes.
Okay. I do not see any questions from the board at this time, and I'm going to ask if we have any public comment on this.
We do not have any public comments at this time.
Okay. So you're asking us to approve the forms and authorize the execution and delivery of the documents to set this in motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right. Thank you very much, Colin. Appreciate your time. And now we are in a position where we wait until 2 p.m.
We recess.
So I guess maybe a half-hour lunch is in order.
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, at this time, we'll recess our meeting until 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, this meeting is of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is hereby called back into session. And we'll call the roll to establish quorum.
Yes. Supervisors Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Desmond? Cerna?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
And you have a quorum. Item 4 is the 2021 redistricting discussion and selection of draft district boundary map. Madam Chair, I'll let you know that we do have at least one public comment in queue. I'm not sure if you want to follow the same format as last night or you have a new one for today.
I think we'll have an opening by Natasha and then listen to the public comment and then pause public comment until we deliberate.
Yes.
And then go from there.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. We're here today to continue your conversation on redistricting. Doug Yoakum is here. He's prepared to lead off where you ended last night, though I think it would be helpful to hear from you how you'd like to proceed to this afternoon. And that's all the comments I have this afternoon for you. Would you like Doug to come up?
Yeah, Mr. Yoakum, do you have comments before we begin, or should we quickly take the public comment, or what do you think?
Public comment would be good to start with, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, staff is getting them ready to transfer over. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is John Merchant. I have been here before. I'm a 35-year resident of Rancho Murrieta, and I just wanted to call to reinforce our initial community input that we would like to remain in the district that we're in, which is District 4. We were redistricted in 2010 when we were removed from District 5, and some of the discussion to date has been that we might go back there. Being that it appears rather unfortunately that District 5 will have a new election in June, we would get a new supervisor, and that would be our fourth supervisor in 11 years. So with the issues that are confronting us going forward in the next 10 years, I think it's real critical that we establish some continuity. The purple zone in District 4, we're at the bottom of it, but I want to reinforce for the last time that everything that's in that district moves to the north. That will impact us over the next 10 years. So thank you very much, and I appreciate your diligence, and good luck with the rest of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
And please transfer the next caller, and I believe that's all that we have as of right now. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. And do you mind muting the meeting in the background?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Andres Ramos again. I hope you're doing all very well. I know we're all close to the end of this journey. But I just wanted to call in following up from last night's hearing, and just to really share my thoughts and concerns. It seems that a lot of the discussion has been focused not really on trying to best incorporate the community's input and feedback, but a lot of discussion around what you all as individual supervisors want for your districts. And I just really want to emphasize that redistricting is supposed to be focused on keeping communities together for fair and effective representation, not the sort of, I want this area for X, Y, or Z reason. And there's been a lot of comment, like the gentleman who spoke before me about Rancho Murrieta and what that community wants. And I think it's had the most public comment in terms of written comments submitted. A ton of people called in last night about the API community in the South County area. But yet I've heard very little discussion by you all about how you can incorporate that as best as possible into the maps. I heard some talk about keeping a line here between districts 1 and 2. I haven't heard any public comment, no constituency of people asking for that. And so I understand that as supervisors individually, you may have a desire for the map to look one way or the other, but really the seats belong to the community, not to you as individuals. And ultimately the community's desire should be incorporated. And so respect what the people in Rancho Murrieta want and try to incorporate that. Respect what the people in the South County want and try to incorporate that. And so I want to thank Supervisor Kennedy for mentioning the public comment from the community in the South County and suggesting that that be considered. I ask that you follow that leadership and please try to incorporate our request to be kept together in the South County, same as with Rancho Murrieta and other communities that have weighed in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, before we begin our is that the end of our public comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the gentleman that just spoke.
Okay.
And hopefully he's watching. He made a statement that is very inaccurate. He said that when he mentioned discussion about the lines between districts 1 and 2, and that no one had called in advocating adjustment to those lines. We had nearly 20 people be very clear that they supported 2 of the early maps that were produced by NDC. In each of those cases, the southerly boundary between districts 1 and 2 were kept pretty much as is. So I don't know if you missed that, but there was a very large portion of folks that called in, including a representative from the NAACP, that made it very clear that they had a specific preference for the lines between those 2 districts. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Okay, and do we have any other public comments?
No, Madam Chair, not at this time, and we'll leave the comments open.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Well, for now, we'll keep comments open and come back to them after we deliberate.
Yes.
Okay, and so did you have any comments, Doug, before we begin?
Sure. Afternoon. Doug Yoakum with the National Demographics Corporation. I've been joined today by the president of our company, Doug Johnson. He's come here hopefully to witness the closing of this particular issue in Sacramento County.
We're hoping to.
I'm wearing my Dave Cox tie today. When I grabbed it this morning, it reminded me of a story, if you'll indulge me for just a moment. Dave became leader in 2001, a redistricting year. And he came to me and he said, I really don't know what I'm getting into regarding this issue. And I said, you're right. You're going to be the guy who has to decide who gets Hemet. And if you're not familiar with Southern California geography, Hemet is a tiny little town in Riverside County that at the time was highly Republican and full of senior citizens. And it was fought over in the 1991 round. And so he looked at me and he said, that's my job? And I said, yes, you're going to have to decide who gets Hemet. And so during the 2001 round, he had quite a few Hemets that he decided on. And he did it because he was a guy who was very good at getting people together, making a decision, and coming to an ending on those issues. He was just good at that. And I know some of you knew him, and I wanted to remind you of Dave, because when I got the tie this morning, it reminded me. I don't have any new ideas today, but I do have an old one.
Well, at least you're direct.
Going back to the start, the problems there were three problems that we were trying to deal with at the very beginning of this. First and foremost was the underpopulation of districts 3 and 4, and the arm that came into Gold River for District 4. So our draft maps tried to solve the District 3 issue very quickly by adding unincorporated community Gold River to District 3. Takes care of that problem. Then that increases the District 4 problem by about 9,000 people. Mm-hmm. So in rough numbers, 4 would need to have 40,000 people at that point. There's only 3 ways to do it. Number 1, move west. Take in the communities of Del Paso Heights and the areas to the west of the airport. That would move District 1 south, probably to Fruit Ridge, Little Pocket, maybe more, probably not much more. And then District 2 would have to move south, perhaps going into the city of Elk Grove for 40,000. Second option is adding 40,000 folks from the top of District 3 to District 4, which we discovered last night is Foothill Farms. Then 3 would have to move into Rancho Cordova for an additional 40,000 people. The third way is the way we have it in map 204, which was a draft map for your consideration. And that is doing the Gold River thing and then moving 4 onto the eastern side of Rancho Cordova and keeping Rancho Murrieta in District 4, which is what they have said they want. So I give you the options, and we can proceed from there.
So I appreciate your overview, and I think I'd like to make some opening comments. I've been awake half the night thinking about this, and I think I don't know if this is something that would work for Supervisor Desmond and everyone concerned, but I have some thoughts around some of the conversation that we had last night. One of the things that Supervisor Desmond, you had stated is that you were concerned about breaking up communities, which I completely respect, and I think all of us are in that frame of mind. And I just had a thought around the fact that this map actually gave me a large portion of Carmichael. I think the amount of Carmichael that I have now is 11,552 people, which is kind of the heart of you, which is where you live and everything, right? So if we gave Carmichael, if we put all of Carmichael back into District 3, take it from District 4, that would increase the deficit in District 4. But your concern about breaking up Foothill Farms or North Highlands, we could then take all of Foothill Farms and put that in District 4, and then to top off and finish the solution, I'm thinking take Mather and put it into District 3. And if you did that, this is, maybe you can pass this down to Doug. That's a map that shows what it looks like to just move Mather, not residential, but just the Mather into District 3. It keeps Foothill Farms whole. It makes Carmichael whole.
Is this building off of the map from last night where we left it?
You know, we were just having, I know you took Foothill Farms back, so I don't know if you're okay with this. I'm just saying this would solve the problem of Rancho Cordova really wants to be in District 5 and 3. So it would keep them there. It would keep Rancho Murrieta with Frost in District 4. It would make Carmichael whole, which I totally in District 3. And it would keep Foothill Farms whole. And Foothill Farms actually has some commonality in that our PBID, our Antelope PBID, it runs into Foothill Farms. So they have some community and economic development commonality. And then there is still, if there was more needed, that little notch of Fair Oaks, that little square notch of Fair Oaks could go into District 4 if you needed a couple more. The numbers are here. I should have passed it. I don't have an extra copy. I wish I did.
I can do it.
If you can copy that for everyone. Those are how the numbers stack out. It gets us pretty close. I know you have to give up something, but you get Mather, which is a really great economic hub. And, okay, so, and she'll get copies of the numbers to show you that. And then I'm going to go to Supervisor Cerna next.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Unless Doug has questions about that.
You've described it very clearly. We could check it out, but
thank you.
I just wanted to respond to Doug in terms of his opening comments about there being three ways to do it. I guess I would respectfully disagree. I think there's more than three ways because, quite frankly, we have not had much discussion at all about really future growth and how that really comes into play here. So I think it's something we should exhaust a conversation about today in terms of this last difficult part. And, I think with the Alberta specific plan, with Easton, Cordova Hills, and south of Folsom, all of which are, arguably relatively much more entitled than some other growth areas or closer to development, and therefore likely population growth in the next 10 years. I think that's something we should add to our list of topics this afternoon.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. And I was just looking at the numbers here. First, I want to just preface it by saying, it obviously we're all struggling with this because we care very much about our districts, right? And we want to do what's best for our districts and the folks we represent. So from that perspective, I just have a tremendous amount of respect for all of my colleagues up here on the dais, and I'm honored to be up here and among them. I think that, I mentioned this before. I mean, my first preferences would be map 204 with the changes suggested by Supervisor Cerna and incorporating those. But certainly out of deference and respect to our friends in Rancho Cordova and certainly my senior member of the board here, Supervisor Natoli, I think he might have some ideas on a different approach, which I'd certainly love to see. And then after we see that, I have some ideas as well if we want to work within the framework of kind of the map that we started looking at last night, dividing up Rancho Cordova between 3 and 5. I do have one question for you, Doug. I'm curious, was there, I went back again and read the letter from Rancho Cordova. Did they have I saw, I think it was a proposed map, and I know we kind of swapped it between 3 and 5. Did they say anything specific about, any rationale behind not wanting to have that area in District 4 instead of District 3? Was there? I don't know, and I didn't watch the meeting. I don't know if there was any kind of justification in terms of keeping communities of interest together, things like that.
The council discussed that. It did not appear in the letter that I read this morning.
Was there another letter?
So a council person suggested that they don't have a lot in common with Folsom and that area.
Okay.
But another councilwoman pointed out that, yeah, we do. We're in the same school district. So obviously it goes both ways. And as you saw, the vote was 3-2. So I don't think there was agreement on the council as to what they should do, except the 3 prevailed over the 2. And that's how we got the letter.
Well,
Does that answer your question?
No, that's helpful. Because I was thinking about that last night. I don't know if any of you have seen the show Queen's Gambit.
Yep.
Have anybody seen that? So, she looks up at the ceiling, sees the chess pieces moving. That's what I was doing last night, seeing pieces of the map moving. I probably wasn't the only one either doing that. But no, that's helpful because it did occur to me as that Rancho Cordova is in the same school district as some other parts of District 4. I think Rancho Cordova, obviously, their number one preference would certainly be to keep themselves entirely within District 5. And so, I will defer to Supervisor Natoli and see if he had any additional ideas that might help us get there. And if not, if we want to keep pursuing this as a split between 5 and 3, I have some other ideas for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate comments of my colleagues this afternoon. Just before the session, I wanted to be sure I understood kind of where we left off last night, so I'd asked Doug, and obviously the map that he put up there. Not unlike all of you, and I'm sure many folks who have observed, a lot of thoughts went through my head about how we might address this, and certainly keeping in mind the testimony we had yesterday. But a couple of thoughts I had, and I think both Supervisors Frost and Desmond have introduced or reintroduced, where we had gone with some of the conversation for quite a while last evening. That was having the District 3 which would, under one scenario, include Gold River, and then take in the area east of Sunrise, basically that portion of the city of Rancho Cordova. I see what Supervisor Frost has put forward, and that's, I think, introduced into the conversation some, different elements, and Supervisor Desmond obviously will speak to those as we go on with the conversation. Two thoughts that occurred to me is kind of where we had left off with the struggle of trying to keep, largely the city of Rancho Cordova, or all of it within District 5, and the overage and underage. And so a couple of thoughts occurred to me. One, I think where we left it, we were at, and correct me, Doug, we were about 9.9%. District 4 was under, and D5 was over about 5.6 or 8.
You're exactly correct.
Okay.
In the current, where we left it last night.
Right. And then the others were fairly close to being right on spot in Districts 1 and 2 and 3.
Right.
And so what occurred to me just in that scenario, and again, two things I wanted to introduce. One of them is not old, but then there was thoughts about with the map, working off the map that we left with, Gold River, which has about 8,500. And I know that Supervisor Desmond has expressed desire to represent the area. Obviously, Supervisor Frost did too. But if we weren't going to come across the river or the freeway and take in Rancho Cordova with District 3, that's one way to bring additional. And again, I know you spoke to the thing about the arm for Gold River, but that's currently in District 4. So that was one thought that occurred to me, again, not novel. And the only other piece that came to mind, at least up on this northern end, was there's a small segment, about 1,885 residents, where Watt, Folsom, and Highway 50 come together. And the thought there is that District 3 runs that whole course along there, and that would be a way to move about 2,000 people from D5 to D3. And again, I'm not presuming anybody agrees with that, but it would be a way to reduce the overage. And then I guess the last thought I just wanted to, and it goes to what Supervisor Cerna said, and I know you've given us wise counsel about staying within the 10%, but the aspects of growth, because this configuration that you show on the map right now with D4 includes the Cordova Hills, and I'm going to just state the numbers, 8,000 units, Easton and Glenboro with combined about 48, almost 4,900 approved units, and then the Alberta specific plan, which has 5,800 units, and then not including south of Folsom. But if I did the math correctly, just with what I recited there, about 18,700 units, many of which are not just planned, but they're entitled. And again, I know we've got to meet these percentages, but there is potential under the map that you currently have up there for significant growth within an area that shows underage, at least with the current census data. So I do think, as Supervisor Cerna says, that could help maybe bring some focus to what our conversation is today, knowing that we can account for it, but we still have to meet those margins. So I wanted to point those out. But my two suggestions were that, and maybe we need to talk about where Supervisors Frost and Desmond have been looking at some potential adjustments and how that might work for the communities that are represented there. But I think that the one area in D5 that has some commonality with is where D3 and D5 meet, right at the Watt Avenue 50 Folsom American River area. Might be an area where a couple thousand folks could be adjusted if we needed to try to shave the margin on the D5 side. So that's all I have for right now.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Natoli, I got your second your last 2 points. The first one regarding Gold River, I wasn't clear. Were you suggesting it should be in a district, or which one were you suggesting?
Well, if you're trying to meet underage and overages, that to what you said, kind of on the simple side of this, that again, I think certainly Supervisor Desmond's expressed a desire to have that come into District 3. It currently resides in District 4, and if District 3 were not going to come south of of 50, then one way to adjust that, again, I don't know what does the rest of the numbers, would be have Gold River be retained in District 4. So that was the thought I had. So again, I throw those out as ideas, and I've heard some other ideas that may help us get there quicker than anything that might come about what I suggested. So
Thank you. Just want to be clear. Wanted to be clear on that.
Okay, let's see what Supervisor Kennedy will say next.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on one thing that was said about the Rancho Cordova and saying, you pointing out that one of the council members did mention that there's one school district that represents both. Having been a graduate of that school district, I know it well. And there's also, if you look at the new growth, the new growth out there actually has a lot more in common with Folsom than it does with District 3 even. So I don't understand the reasoning for why it is that Rancho Cordova wants so badly not to be in District 4. It puzzles me.
If we take into account the new growth and yeah, I mean, how close does that get us? Or can we take that new growth into account?
We can take it into account ephemerally. In other words, we know that there are approved projects, as Mr. DeToli says, but they don't exist. Right now, they are zeros on the map. So when you count up your districts as you draw them today or when we end the process, you want to be absolutely sure that when you add up your pluses and minuses, it's less than 10%. I also advise, since we're an urban county, that we not go too far past the 2 or 3% range, because people could say, well, 1% is 317,000? 3,000 people, or is my math wrong? 1% of a district off is 3,000 people. So if it's 3% off, then that's not almost 9,000 people. So someone could say, well, perhaps this is not equal representation, which is what, if we go back to the 1950s, redistricting was all about. So I cautioned you at the very beginning on that, but Mr. Natoli is correct. You can take it into consideration, but you have to realize that the people that you're talking about are not there. And so your pluses and minuses are going to be on your sheet, and then people will judge you based on that.
If I can just add 1.2, when we talk about that in the criteria, planned growth is a justification for, with the limitations I was mentioning, it's a justification within the 10%. If you go beyond 10%, then it's what they call presumed unconstitutional. The burden of proof then changes in court, and your map has to be the best possible map out there, and any better map would then beat you in court. So definitely when you're talking about presumed growth or expected growth, it's a good justification for being, a larger deviation, but you still have to be within 10%.
Right. Madam Chair, can I just one other comment?
Yeah, please.
I neglected to, just on what you circulated, I do think in the discussion, if we focus in on what you propose and what Supervisor Desmond responded to, I want to have a conversation around Mather. That is inhabited. There's about 4,000 plus residents in the Independence of Mather, and plus those who reside on the community campus and so forth. So if we get a serious focus on that map, I want to say that I think Mather should be in play in that conversation, which I'm sure it will be, but that's all I had to add.
You mean in play to go to...
be retained in D5, but, again, if we're talking about trying to get numbers with the D3, if we're going that direction, I'm certainly willing to entertain that. But at this point in time, I think it should retain in D5. If Cordova stays in large part established, the older part of Cordova stays there. So we can take a look at the numbers. But And I don't know how we get to begin to then juggle some of this, but I'm interested to see how some of those numbers come out.
And I don't think North Highlands, I think North Highlands is possible to go to D4, but I think you feel the same way, or do you feel the same way about North Highlands as you do about Foothill Farms? Because I don't think North Highlands fixes it like Foothill Farms does. It's such a clean line with Foothill Farms. But I think there was a path with North Highlands,
Right.
but I think there's more adjustments needed after North Highlands. With
I think, I will say this, is that I talked about it yesterday when we were thinking about breaking up Foothill Farms. I mean, my first priority is certainly to keep the communities of similar interest together. There certainly is, to me, a lot of appeal in bringing Carmichael together into one district. And maybe we could just, I don't know, I mean, I feel like we better start plugging some numbers in and look at some things. Right? I mean, that might be so I can just start with an idea that I had, Doug. Maybe we could, could we pull up the map where we left off yesterday?
Certainly. If the staff behind the scenes can cooperate, we'll put it on the screen.
Is that the map that goes with? Thank you.
But you got to get that undo button working, Doug, because I suspect we're going to
Get your fingers, get those
undo and
fingers
redo.
rolling.
What you see is where we left off last night.
Okay. So, and again, just for, oops, I just lost the screen.
Thank you. I was going to ask you for that.
Something that I was just toying around with. If we were going to keep this split, right, between 5 and 3, just would like to maybe explore some numbers here. What if we took what if you took, and again, this is something I don't like to do, but I think it's something at this point we need to explore. What if you took all of North Highlands and put it in District 4?
All right.
What would that do for the numbers? And it's certainly a community that's near and dear to my heart, and but I think if it's kept whole in a neighboring district,
As whole as it can be, because part of it is still.
well, it's a funky. I mean, North Highlands and
but
Foothill
he has
Farms
the
are both a
business
little
side.
bit
Yeah.
are both a little bit funky
Right.
in their boundaries, right? And
Yeah.
North Highlands is 42,700 people.
okay. And then if you made that swap with Carmichael, put all of make Carmichael whole into District 3. What if you did both of those things? What would that look like? And I'm hope you don't mind indulging me here, but
No, I'm fine.
We'll see how
I'm
it-
trying to
how it
make
looks. I
work.
mean, that's-
I'm open.
Okay, I see it. And
that's the Carmichael line. You see
we'll
that?
have to count it up here in just a moment.
Okay.
That is a big chunk of Carmichael.
I think it's about 11,000 people.
It's 11,552. I wish I had a magnifying glass. I can't see the streets, but is that Dewey where that's probably at Dewey that it on the right.
Coyle is the one that goes right through it.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Almost there. It's 11,000 folks.
Okay.
Does it go up a little further north?
Yeah, it looks like it does.
Oh, yes, you're right. Doug, let's hire Cerna.
So 11.
11,471, yes.
There might be one additional one somewhere, but okay. And then, so what if you, now can you hit go on this one and then do the same thing over in North Highlands?
Did you get the whole thing,
Okay,
Doug?
give it to 4, right?
Is there something missing at the very
there's
top?
there's 100 people somewhere missing, I think, but
Doug,
I mean,
there's
it's close enough.
Well, let's see if there's any holes when we,
Oh,
when we
Natasha's
get
pointing
there's
to-
something at the very top. Oh, well, maybe that's weird. Yeah, that right there.
Just to straighten out the line? All right.
Is that Carmichael?
I think it's, yeah, it is.
9560.
Yeah, that fixes it.
Yeah, here, I'll pull it up.
There's 200 folks there.
Okay.
Actually, that is, those last 3 blocks that I just added, those are in Citrus Heights.
Oh.
So we'd clean that up. We'd have to clean
Perhaps
that
they're your friends who want their zip code changed.
They could be. You've heard of them, huh? That's a long time problem.
So anyway, on the, you're now 13,000 over, Mr. Desmond?
Right, so now you'd have
And
to go over to
4's,
North Highlands.
short by 40,000.
Right.
So you want to do the North Highlands switch?
Yeah, plug that in. I mean, the way I think about it, we're remedying, one community being broken up, and we're North Highlands moving it, but at least keeping it together. So I just wanted to explore the numbers, see if we can make it work for population purposes.
All right, let's see if I can do the quick way here.
Doug, you're working from the map where we last left it last night, correct? So that when you say District 3 is over now with that adjustment by 13,000, that includes the shift that you made between 1 and 3 relative to Campus Commons and Sac State, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. Okay. Let's see, who has North Highlands
Well,
now?
3 is going to come up needing after this.
Okay, I'm going to target 4. Oops, from 3. Let's see if this does it. Nope, it's just doing blocks. Oh, here we go. Did the wrong one. There it is.
You can't just plug in a zip code, huh? It's 95660.
I'm using the census's CDP, and let's see if this works. Yep, it did.
Wow.
Let me pan out to make sure that we're contiguous here. Okay, that's the change we're making now is 48,000. And if you look at the map, you'll see that there's a tiny little corridor going from Carmichael that keeps Foothill Farms in your district. And the red area is 48,000 people, and that's the portion of North Highlands that's in your district that we are now assigning to 4. Ready to go?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Hold on.
Oh. Guess what I forgot to do?
What?
Insider stuff, sorry.
How come there were 48,000? I thought there were less in North Highlands. That's going to make it even more of a delta.
All right, I have to wait for my computer to stop syncing, and that's a technical term, and I apologize. Just learned it myself this year. There you go.
So how does that look for the deviation now?
3 is under by 35,000, and 4 is over by 5,000.
You already have Gold River in 3?
Gold River's in 3, and there's a significant portion of Rancho Cordova currently in 3.
So does this include putting that La Riviera area back in District 3, down the southern part of
Okay, if you look at the map, where I have the hand right now, that's La Riviera. It's currently in 5. I heard that described as the portion that's in the Folsom School District. And the portion of La Riviera that I have the hand on now is in the city of Sacramento, and that is currently in 3.
How much was 3 over, or what were the numbers again for 3 and 4?
3 is currently under by 35,000 people, and 4 is over by 5,000, which is less than 2%.
So 4 is so that part of La Riviera. I'm sorry.
No, you got the floor.
That part of La Riviera down there. We took that. That's in where your pointer is. Was that in District 5 still, where you just were?
This part over here.
Yeah.
That's in District 5. This
So
part here
what if
is
we
in
left
District
that in District 3, that area from Watt to Mayhew, which is it's in District 3 right now.
Right. I thought we put that back last
Yeah, I thought
night.
we did too. That was a mistake from last
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Anyway, I will do that now if you'd like.
Right. Is that right?
I think you might be getting close. We may not be here till midnight.
No, don't jinx us.
Looks to me like it's in 5. Oh, haha. All right, I know what I did wrong. See this over here? I'm supposed to do it by block.
Just for the record, La Riviera is in Sac City Unified.
Right. That area I have right now. Yeah, it's in the. I think that was probably the justification to put it in District 3 because it's the same.
It's not Folsom
School District, right?
Okay, we've picked up 7,000 folks here. You want to put them into District 3?
Yes.
Yes, there's where they're in right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
What's going on here?
Sorry, that was my fault. I was trying to get to this screen. Sorry about that.
Trying to give us a heart attack, Flo?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Can you get it up?
Do you want to?
Can I keep going? I have a
Yeah,
couple.
yeah, please. I thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Supervisor Kennedy.
Okay, okay.
Any? Want me to keep going? I had a couple
Keep going.
other ideas. All
We're
right.
listening to you.
So I was wondering, so Supervisor Cerna, what do you think about the area north of the river over there? If I take that back into District 3, again, just to bring the deviation down a little bit?
So Campus Commons?
Yeah.
Campus
Not
Commons?
Sac State, the north part of the river. So what if you put that back in, Doug, that area on the north or southwest corner, right there. Yeah, the area north of the river.
Campus Commons.
Right.
Did that used to be in 3?
It's in 3 now.
In 3 now.
Yeah.
Oh, this whole area here?
Yeah, everything north of the river, right.
All right. Into 3 from, I think it's currently in 1.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
No. North
No.
of the river.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, I'll just close this. Reject. You guys are getting good at your geography here.
Nope.
No.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh darn it. All right.
A river runs through it, Doug.
All right.
Does he need to get rid of a few because he could give me back he has 2,300 in Orangevale that would make Orangevale whole for District 4. It's only 2,300 people. I don't know if that
Cleaning that stuff
gets
up
you, makes it worse, but
Let's see how this looks.
Okay, I found 5,000 folks for you.
Yeah, there you go.
Hit go.
Hit it.
Hit
Is
go.
that right?
All right.
What are we looking at now?
3 is now 23,000 under, which is 7.2%. And let's look at 1 real quick. 1 is now 7,000 over, which is 2.2%.
How about the rest of them?
How about 5?
3 is way under. Okay. How much is 3 under?
22,000, almost 23,000 people.
So if you zoom out a little, Doug, I'm just.
Okay.
What if? And again, I was just, and this will all defer to Supervisor Natoli. What if we messed with the east side of Rancho Cordova and pushed District 3 out further that way? It may not pull in much in terms of population, but it would be in the growth area.
So you're talking about east of the green-yellow boundary there?
Yeah.
To the east and Westboro area, you could, as long as you.
What I called Aerojet last night.
Yeah, I think you could use an extension of what will be Hazel. I mean, for District 3.
Yeah, that would be contiguous.
Yeah.
Right. Can we look at that anyway? What do you think?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because it's coming out of District 5 anyway. I mean, under this scenario, it's in District 4, and there's not a whole lot of residents there. But I think it would be logical up that corridor going to the.
Is that Aerojet?
Yeah, Aerojet East in Glenboro.
Yeah, there's Aerojet Road right in the middle of it.
Yeah, some of you use Aerojet Road as a freeway off ramp.
You want to experiment with that a little bit?
Yeah.
Target 3.
You have Easton Place, which is going to be a high density development right at the light rail station.
It's going to be beautiful.
In the next 10 years?
Probably 20.
I don't know. They're close to utilities. I don't know next year. I would think so. If they're going to start somewhere, I would think Patrick's probably going to start.
Half facetious, not.
There should be a Folsom line in there.
Yeah, take it up to the Folsom City Limits line. Yep.
But
should be if you go a little further to the east there. I think you're maybe looking at it.
Not a lot of population, but there will be.
Can you see on that map where the
I'm-
Folsom line is, Doug?
See,
It's a little
I don't
further
see
to
the
the east. It's covered up by that legend. think it's right in there, Sue.
Is it possible there's only 3 people there?
No.
Yep, you're right.
Only 3 people. You could still include it as future growth, though, if you were under, I guess.
let
You
me
could,
just-
Uh-oh.
A little bit.
There's the Folsom line right there, yeah.
Okay, the Folsom line goes like that, right
Right.
along the freeway. But right there, that's the auto mall. So my question is,
That's Folsom.
yeah, it's
That
Folsom
thin
Boulevard.
red line, yeah, the thin red line's the Folsom city limits, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
So south of
I
that.
think Hazel is the
But
defining line.
The auto mall is not in the county.
No, it's
Pardon
not.
The auto mall is not in the county.
But Elk Grove Honda
It's
is.
in-
I mean,
it's in the city of Folsom.
Honda
Right.
is, though.
All right, I just wanted to be sure.
Folsom Honda is in, Folsom Lake Honda is in the county.
Hondas are in, Fords are out.
Yeah, Folsom Lake Fords is in the city. We do have a tax sharing agreement with them, though, still.
Okay, I'm adding to 3, source is 4. I'm not finding any people.
Well, it'll be future
The
growth.
census doesn't believe there's people there.
Probably not a whole lot.
Yeah, that's a growth area.
Yeah.
So there are houses on all these streets?
No.
No, it will
There
be.
will be.
There will be.
It's
All
all
right,
future.
so it's
future
0
growth.
now?
Well, it's business and growth. Aerojet is,
Business and
we've
industrial.
got some exciting things
My,
coming
my, my,
up.
my thought just on this was if that is included, then that helps us explain the deviation
Yeah,
a little more.
right.
'Cause it's
No,
great.
I'm fine.
I mean, that's just
Yeah.
what I was.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. I was just surprised that there were no people, but I'm not familiar, so my fault.
And then you have a wedge in there, looks like a county area below White Rock down to the Rancho City limits line there. So I don't know how you want to,
Yeah.
might want to line that up.
That
Yeah,
looks
right
like-
there. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you're
No
going to go that far
problem.
out. That'd be fine.
White Rock is unincorporated there.
Yeah, right along there. Yeah.
3 people. Wow.
Got more cows than people over there.
Yeah.
Dave and I were driving up in Susanville one day, and I commented on there were a lot of cows out there. And he said, "Yep, we prefer them."
That sounds like Dave. What about right up to Highway 50 there? Is in along the creek?
Okay, one more, yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, there you go. And one little spot there.
Oh, that gave a little bit of people.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a mobile home park there and a couple of other.
Yeah, we found 176 people, Supervisor. Is this a go or not?
Yeah. Fine.
Hit it.
Hit it.
Now what are you looking at?
What's the deviation now? It's D5 is still.
I didn't really see a D5 number. What's the number for D5?
Yeah, it's. Can you scroll, Doug? See at the top. We can't see what D5's numbers are.
All right. Let's see. 5 is over by 11,000 in this so far, and then 3 is still under by 22.
So I have one other suggestion. It's only about 1,800 folks. But if you want to go back down to the La Riviera area.
La Riviera?
Rich, was that the totality of some of the changes?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
That was. Okay. So, this was my thought. Thanks for indulging me. And I figured if this is close, maybe we can nibble around the edges a little bit.
So there's the triangle right in the middle of your map there, just where the Highway 50 insignia is there, Doug? Right, yeah, you just come down a little bit, come down where the Highway 50,
okay.
yeah. That triangle on there, Cal Center Drive, Folsom Boulevard, Watt.
Yeah, it
just
says
that triangle.
here it's Tech Center Drive.
Yeah, Tech Center Drive. Yeah, that area there, just that triangle.
From 5?
Look, and again, we look to District 3, Rich. No,
here now?
No, other triangle.
No, wrong triangle. No. Got to go back to where the Highway 50 sign is, Doug.
Yeah, okay.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. That one.
That's all business, right?
No, there's fourplexes and apartments and
okay.
some single family, some duplexes. No. About 1,800 people there.
You're right, it's 1,800.
Okay.
You know another thing Dave Cox said? Don Natoli knows where everybody is buried in that district.
Someday I'll be buried there too.
1,800, Mr. Desmond?
Rich, would you be push and go? Yeah.
Okay. There's some blocks we need to add here just a second. The freeway is block. The Census Bureau makes freeway sections into blocks.
Is that for highway funding?
I don't know why they do it. All right.
Okay. Now what do your numbers look like?
Where does that put 3 and 5 now?
Let's see. 3 is under by 21,000. 5 is over by 9,000.
We're well within the 10%, right?
Let's see. The 2.9 for 5.
Yeah.
3 is 6.5.
Barely.
As it stands,
Within the margin of error.
6.5 plus. I'm looking at trying to find 4 here. 1.6, 6.5. 6.7. Yeah, you're under. This is about 9.5 deviation, total deviation.
So it didn't get us anywhere. I mean,
Yeah, it did. You're within the margin.
Within the margin.
And you have growth areas in both 4 and 3 and 1 and 5 and 2.
does it work?
So does this map show Rancho in, a portion of Rancho in 3 then?
Yes.
Okay, just want to be clear.
So the portion of District 3 that includes Rancho is from Sunrise east to their city limits and then on over to the Aerojet. Is that right, Doug?
Yes.
And Gold River remains in goes into District 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You don't have to.
Is
You
there
don't
any,
have to switch Mather.
No.
Are you happy with that?
there's no population south of White Rock down there, right, Don?
Where are you looking at?
South of the area we took in. I mean, I was just.
No.
It's country.
There's nothing
Yeah,
out
you
there.
got your
Yeah.
some mining operations and obviously some of the Aerojet property and there's some future development. I think over time, Rancho Cordova will come out towards. They've already started some of the Elliott development there along White Rock, but not right in that location.
Could I, Doug, would you mind going up? My staff it's something I overlooked. I think in the North Highlands thing, we took part of Foothill Farms out.
No, we put it back last night, I think.
No, we did. I know, but I think is there an area that's east of I-80?
That's the area
I-80,
that's contiguous
east
to
of
the
I-80.
P-bid.
This.
No, go south.
Yeah.
Let me quickly try to find. Foothill
That's
Farms.
one. There might be a little sliver there, Sue. I think that could be Foothill Farm. I'm not sure.
Are you saying that still ended up
Yeah,
left
in the North
4?
Highlands. I don't
According
wanna-
to my map, Foothill Farms is entirely in District 3 in this
Okay.
iteration.
Got it. Okay. Well,
Was there an Orangevale piece you mentioned?
oh, yeah.
But then I don't think
Yeah,
District 3,
well, I
District 3
don't-
can't stand to lose very much, I don't think.
Right.
There's about 2,300 in Orangevale, and there's a couple blocks in Fair Oaks that are in District 4. That's a couple hundred people. I don't know if you want to clean that up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Maybe it'll even out if we.
Yeah, it might even.
Okay, so there's about, I think, a small portion of Orangevale in District 3 that could go make Orangevale whole in District 4. And there's a couple blocks of Fair Oaks, a couple hundred people in District 4 that could make Fair Oaks whole with supervisor of District 3. But I don't know if that makes his numbers worse. That gives him a couple more, so actually.
Right.
No, that gives me 2,300 and you a couple hundred, so it might make it worse.
I found the area of Orangevale that is in District 3. It's right here.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
Well, it'd be nice to have it whole in District 4 and then take whatever is Fair Oaks in District 3 and make it whole in District 3
All right,
to
we'll do
clean the lines
Orangevale
up.
first.
I mean, do you feel that way?
All right, we can clean up the communities of interest. I think that's
Seems
that's
like a good thing.
I think that's a good thing.
All right, this is 2-4.
And we put all of Rio Linda and Alberta in District 4, right, Doug? I think we did.
I have to remember. Yes, we fixed the Rio Linda thing last night, but we can check. Okay, this takes 2,200 people from 3 and gives it to 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Now our deviation is greater than 10%, though.
yes, it is.
Okay, but you're going to add some back into Fair Oaks?
Yeah. I don't know if it'll be enough, but there might be some other cleanup. Well, there's no cleanup by Foothill Farms. Let's see, where else would there be cleanup?
Do Fair Oaks first, see.
Okay, there's a portion of,
Where is it, Sue? All right.
It seems like I had like a couple blocks, and it just doesn't seem cool. It doesn't seem nice because, you know, you don't even have a neighborhood watch that gathers in a few blocks.
okay, I've highlighted a portion of Fair Oaks that is in District 4 at the moment. Would you like it in District 3?
Yes.
Yes,
All right.
please.
Supervisor Natoli, I'm just curious. So what if we went down to Jackson Highway all the way down there? Would that pick up any population down there?
I think you did, didn't you?
I didn't think I went that far. Then we went down to White Rock,
Oh, well, yeah. You could
east of the city, you know what I mean?
Oh, I see. No, you're not going to pick up any population.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Well, we can bring the map back up. We'll take a look at it.
What is that, the area that's just west of the landfill?
Yeah. Yeah. If you took, he's already got grant line. So let's go and take a look at it and see. there's some potential growth in there, I think.
Well, there's some population there, so.
Oh, you might pick up some.
There's a
Oh, yeah.
there's a mobile home park in Rancho Cordova that I had Gold River, and I have a mobile home park in my district, and that is the only part of Rancho Cordova that I have is one mobile home park.
Mm-hmm. You mean currently?
Currently, I don't know if it's drawn into District 4 on this map. You took Gold River, but did you?
If we know where it is, we can look.
Yeah.
Country
It's just south of.
Mobile
Yeah,
Estate. It's
I
on the
mean,
east
it
side of
doesn't make
Sunrise.
sense for that to be in District 4, really. That could go in District 3,
Oh, yeah, it would, yeah, otherwise.
along with Gold River.
Yeah, it does. That's
Is this all of it, Doug?
This is the portion of Fair Oaks that's in 4 currently, and we're
Okay.
almost ready to send it to 3.
Do it.
Do it.
And that's all of Fair Oaks in District 3 now?
That is correct.
That improves the deviation,
That's good.
yeah. You want to look at that mobile home park now?
Yeah, let's
See if
do
that's-
that,
Country
because
Mobile
that's
Estates.
right
Wait a minute.
adjacent to Gold River.
Now, it was in
Wait a
D5 up
minute.
until the last redistricting. It's where
You know
Citrus,
where I'm
it's where,
talking
yeah, it's where
about.
Citrus Road, Sunrise come together. They're just north of Coloma.
Quite a few people in that
Yeah, there is.
park.
Hold on.
So it'll be Sunrise south of the river, just south of Coloma Road.
We just made a mistake. What I just did is give you that Orangevale piece in District 3. See this brown line? That's the Fair Oaks line.
Oh, yeah, no, that
This
goes
is
in District
Orangevale.
4. Yeah, that goes in District 3. I mean, that goes in 4.
Yeah, where's the Fair Oaks piece that we thought was in?
I think it's over by the notch,
Up there?
There's the Fair
somewhere
Oaks
around
line.
there.
There's another Fair Oaks line. All right, let's try that again. I'm going to go this way.
Well, we know right now we're within the deviation. We can,
My staff will know. Let's see.
Where's the undo button? You learn something new every day. Yeah. All right. That thing we just did, I'm undoing. So that Orangevale is whole in 4.
Thank you.
No, you just
No.
redid it.
you just,
I just redid it. That's right, I'm supposed to hit the X. You big dummy.
Those folks should be awful confused. They've been back and forth in 2 districts and, 6 times in the last 2 minutes. Yeah, us.
red button, Doug.
So at this point, I do the X. So there you go.
There you go.
That's it. I don't know where that Fair Oaks area is.
It's just to the east of the notch. If it's still in District 3, it might have already been written out of District. In District 4, it might have been written out on this map already.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see it.
I'm told the bulge should go east of Almond Avenue. I'm having trouble seeing the.
So Almond Avenue is 1 block east of the current boundary there, Doug. It's a north-south roadway, right? Greenback and Almond.
I can't see the streets.
Okay, I've highlighted Fair Oaks, and I'm going to look for a part of Fair Oaks that's not in 3. All of Fair Oaks is currently in 3, at least what the Census Bureau calls Fair Oaks.
Got it.
Okay.
What about the mobile home park?
Yeah.
Did you want to look at that?
Yeah, that's got a lot of people, I think.
Well, it has, yeah, because it has to go to 5 or 3. You can't go, 4 wouldn't have any connectivity to it, right?
Not with Gold River out of the picture.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems like it makes sense
Yeah.
to go in 5 or 3.
Yeah. Because Gold River is going to 3, right?
I'm just not sure where it is, Sue. You want to tell Doug where it is?
Yeah, come down, Sunrise,
It's south of Gold
Sunrise at Coloma Road,
Sunrise and Coloma.
southeast corner.
Is that right? Yeah, when you're a kid, yeah.
The red line on my left is Sunrise.
All right, keep coming down. Where's Coloma?
Is Coloma south of here?
No, it's right. Okay.
It's right off of Sunrise.
It's north of 50.
Yeah, it's north of 50, where you saw that deviation, little blotch in there.
Yeah.
It's right.
Okay. Okay.
It's in already, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a tiny little piece of something there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Already in.
Corner right there.
That's
Yeah, that's
that is.
Then 3.
It's in 3 already.
Is that the mobile home park
Yes.
you're talking about? Okay, where should we assign it?
3.
It's
3.
where it should be.
If it's in 3, it's where it should be.
Okay, yeah, it's in this drawing. It's in 3.
Okay.
it's already in 3?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably why it got written into 4, because it made sense the way the line went.
So do you want to look at the White Rock area, you said?
Yeah, we take a look at that, maybe
Yeah.
going south from there. Don, what do you think?
Yeah, go up Grant Line to Aerojet, coming south to Aerojet.
There's no houses out there, though.
No, not yet. Might clean up their line, though.
Oh,
Okay, here's White Rock, and there's Aerojet over there. Grant Line and White Rock is right here.
Okay, then I think that the part to the left, yeah, well, you are there. It looks like the map is kind of off-center from what the line is there, but that should go to District 3. I think take Grant Line straight up.
This one here?
Yeah,
there's
take
no
that.
folks,
Yeah,
all
take
right.
that block and you make that just follow Grant Line Road.
yeah, that cleans it up.
Yep. Cows.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want to maybe follow it up, make sure the line stays with Grant Line Road to the. Did it add anything or not? There was 0 in there?
There was a 0.
All the way down to
What are the
Jackson
numbers
Highway?
now? What are the numbers now?
3 is under by 23, and 5 is over by 92.
So we need to make some adjustments.
Yeah, we're over 10% at this point.
Even Mather would Mather solve it?
I
I don't-
can't
It's
see
not
the numbers
enough.
on this chart. It doesn't, can you scroll up a little bit? I can't see. Just a little bit down, please.
Excuse me, Doug.
Yeah.
My staff is insisting that the Census Bureau information is wrong about the in the Foothill Farms area near American River College.
What would we do without our staff?
Can you?
So what are the deviations I cannot see on my chart? I can see 1, 2, and 3. I can't see 4 and 5. Can you see them?
No, he has to scroll
See
down.
that scroll? Yeah. Sorry.
Mr. Natoli?
Yes.
For your information, Mather has 4,400 people in it.
Right. I said that earlier.
Mather wouldn't solve it, but it would bring it back a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
There's a mess we have to clean up later. I'm sorry, where are we going next?
Well, his staff had a problem with the census. Does that change the numbers, Rich?
Can you?
Let's look at that.
Doug, can you scroll down so we can see the deviation with 5 up top there? Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
9,200 here.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
So you're going to pick up some more Foothill Farms, it sounds like. Then Rich go do that. Real close.
Okay. This Foothill Farms, there's North Highlands, goes around like this. And you recall a small part of North Highlands over here next to McClellan. They're saying that's Foothill Farms? I'll see. Well, again, it's up to you folks, because the Census Bureau says that that's North Highlands.
I think that's over by Hillsdale and, no?
Yeah, there's Auburn Boulevard there, College Oak. That's where I recall the college is.
Oh, that's by
The
College
Census
Oak?
Bureau thinks it's North Highlands, but we're Sacramento County. We can do whatever we want.
Well, College Oak, are you talking about American River College?
Mm-hmm.
They're saying that's North Highlands?
Yeah, the Census Bureau. Yeah.
Well, no, but you're showing it as North Highlands in this map, right, Doug? Yeah, that's not. No, that's not North Highlands.
So make an adjustment there. You might pick up
Yeah,
enough
that's
to get
not
the
how.
division.
That's not how the people know it. I don't think.
That's what you get when you Google it. That's North Highlands.
Right.
Madison Avenue?
Yeah, that might fix the numbers. There's a lot of people around that college.
So, shall we put the college in District 3?
Are you just saying put everything on that side of 80 is Foothill Farms? Yeah, just make the freeway the line.
And Madison Avenue is the south of the, on the south?
Well, that is everything. I don't think of that as North Highlands at all. Or maybe I don't know.
4,000 folks to be added to 3.
There you go.
To where?
Well,
Where shall I go? Any further?
To the
go,
edge
I
of
think
what
you go
changed.
south more. I'm not sure, but is that?
Down to Myrtle?
We'll keep going because that's the college.
Oh, the whole I-80 part?
Yeah, that whole
All right.
side is
No problem.
what we know, what we've always known as Foothill Farms all our life. Yeah, they're right.
It's going to take a while if I do it this way.
I'm thinking everything on that side of the freeway. Are you?
good dividing line.
And that's how the community knows it also. That's gotta be good.
Does the county executive have any recommendation on this? You're watching so intently, Ann.
12,000 folks to be added to 3. Do it. Ooh.
What does that do to 4 now?
3.5, 1.4, 2.9.
That doesn't ruin it for the numbers for 4?
6.25 deviation, 6.5 deviation.
You and I, 4 and 3 would both be under, but they're both in growth areas.
Yeah.
How much under are we? I mean, I know 3, but how much is under is 4?
1.43%.
4,000.
4,000 people.
Well, that was quite a bit. Yeah, exactly. Someone had to back us into a corner, I guess, before we figured it out.
Interesting. If we can stick in that area, though, if you see the rest that we didn't move into 3, see that foot of 4 that the census thinks is North Highlands? That's a really weird shape. Is that
Where?
Just to the west of where you're talking about there?
Jog.
So now that we move the college side, the west side out, we have this, oops. See how 4 is coming down?
How did that
That's
happen?
west of the freeway that the census considered North Highlands. I don't know if you also consider that North Highlands or not, but just see, I don't know if it makes
That's
sense.
south of the college? I can't see the forest.
I'm going to bring it back in. You guys need to bigger.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I thought we cleaned it up by doing everything on one side of the freeway to District 3.
Now there's a little arm that comes down from your district to take in what's North Highlands west of the freeway.
Can you show it again?
But not Foothill Farms.
Can you
zoom out,
Can you
please?
show me what it looks like? So I have one side and he has the other, basically, and North Highlands is technically still split because it's the census shows that as North Highlands. But I don't think the people live it that way.
Yeah, no, I don't think, I think you're good on you have a good record on east of the 80.
It's just a funky configuration.
It's a community of interest. Yeah, you now have this kind of lightning bolt piece of 4 coming down that, I don't know if that makes sense. If that's how the residents think of themselves in North Highlands, then we respect that, but I want to be sure.
Doug, since we're,
Does that way make sense to you?
Doug, since you're in that area, and with the blessing of District 3, to just make consistent the boundary for District 1, can we put Hagan Oaks back into 1? Does that make sense?
I like that.
Tell me.
Yeah, it's in the city. There's no population. It's not going to make. Over here, Doug. The Hagan Oaks Golf Course.
Oh, okay.
So
There
take
it
that
is.
out of.
I know where that is.
Take that out of 3. Put it into 1, please.
Okay.
And that's just to follow the city boundary. Not because I have a particular affection for that golf course or anything.
I have an affection for it. I think it's a good golf course.
Hey,
I didn't know it was in the city.
Flo, I got a text saying they're having a tough time viewing it on TV. Is it coming across okay? The people are having a tough time seeing what we're doing on TV. I don't know if that's the case or not. Maybe that's past tense, but okay.
I'm having a tough time seeing it, so I'm sure they are.
Just the city boundary. Just follow the city boundary. That's all.
Okay, that's what I've done.
No, you haven't.
Oh, this one over here. Yikes.
Nope.
No.
There you go.
But above it.
One more. There you go. Nope.
Is that it?
I think you have, if you can zoom in on that, you'll see there's a portion north of the freeway, I think that you got there. That's
Right here?
Is that the city boundary? As long as it's following the city boundary, that's all. That's all I'm interested in.
There's the boundary right there.
Yeah. Okay.
What else do we need to clean up?
I think I got it. Let's see how sinking is doing. Doesn't look right. Yeah, it's the freeway. Those freeway blocks again.
Are all the lines in yours, Don? Are all the
Well,
lines around
I think we need to do a scan, go down, go along and take a look.
Since we're in a cleanup mode, there's something I needed to discuss with Mr. Kennedy, if I can show you here.
Mr. Sir.
I need to find it. There, oh, this is it, right here. We somehow inadvertently gave a block of the city of Elk Grove to you, and we don't want to do that. This is for Courtney, your registrar of voters. Let's not make her do a precinct for that separate precinct for that little thing. Okay, so I have to go from 5 to 2. I did that to Tulare County in a assembly plan once. So for 10 years, 7 people in Tulare County were assigned to Fresno, a district in Fresno.
I bet you they love you.
I never apologized, Courtney. I'm sorry. I never apologized to the clerk down there or to the registrar.
I have a question when we have a free moment.
All right, sure.
On Rancho Murrieta, do I have all of Rancho Murrieta, or are there, it crosses Jackson Highway,
Right.
and
It was in previously, including the mobile home park, should have been in D4.
I just wonder if I have, do you know what I'm talking about, Don?
I do. And so what's the lines down there? Maybe
It looks like there's a tiny block right here. Let's see if it's an actual block. It might be bigger than what we're talking about here.
There's a lot of new houses out there also
yeah, by the Rayleighs.
on the other side, but they're technically Rancho Murrieta, right?
No.
That follows a creek down there.
Yeah, no. I think what she's talking about is where that red block is. The car. Could you bring that up a little bit, Doug, please?
It's 16 people.
Well-
What did you need, Mr. Natoli?
Well,
I can't see the roads. I
Yeah,
mean,
so is
they're-
that in District 5 now, or what?
Yes.
Well, the boundaries are fine now, right? There's no conflict.
I'll show you. The little red line is the current district boundary. The green line is what we drew yesterday.
Well, yeah, because the box.
It's Van Vleck Road. It goes right off of Jackson Highway.
Yeah, and that's south of Jackson Highway. That's not Rancho Murrieta. That's the ranch.
Okay. Would you like that in 5 or 4?
I don't, is that Rancho Marietta?
No, it's Dan Van
No,
Vliet's
I'm
ranch.
talking about Rancho Marietta, the
So I want that in
community
5, yeah.
on both sides of Jackson Highway. That's further down, further south,
Further west.
and probably more rural part of District 5. But I just wanted to make sure.
There's Marietta Parkway, all that's in District 4. They're right there, Sue. There's the mobile home park, where
Yeah.
his cursor is, all that's in.
I think he's got it in, does he, Don?
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Okay.
And what, and the dotted line is currently in District 4, you said?
The little red line, yes, that's a current line for District 4.
Oh, what is?
It's weird.
What is that?
Yeah.
Let's see.
But as I just pointed out,
I don't think there's anything there. I think
right.
it's.
Well, the block is huge, whereas the dotted line is small, and the block contains what Mr. Natoli called the ranch, not Rancho Marietta.
Yeah, my staff are saying Marietta's in and we're good.
Okay,
I don't know.
so
Is that what you see, Don?
Yeah, so I'd leave the line following the highway like you have it there, not that.
Yeah, I don't know where. I
technical
think
deal.
that's the sheriff's substation or something.
It could be. So is there a way to kind of follow the boundaries to go, at least those that were the north, coming across the county right from there all the way across and see where 4, 3, 2, 1 and all?
Yeah.
Doug, is there a way to have a transparent shading assigned to each of the districts?
Yeah.
So we have different colors so that we can distinguish a lot better?
Okay. There are some, little holes we need to clean up, but I'll let Doug do it.
We've done good. You're at 6%. 6 and.
Oops.
Madam Chair, board members, can I make a quick comment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so
Hi,
much.
Courtney.
Courtney Bailey Canellis, Registrar of Voters. I just wanted to share that when it comes to the legal definition of the boundaries with the cities, which you all know, we have all of that information, and before you adopt your final maps, we will have our GIS teams go through and make sure there's no sliver missed or a census, and if there is a census designated area that was weirdly carved, we'll bring it back to your attention.
Oh, that's
So just to
great.
let you know, we will be kind of proofing it on our side as well to make sure they meet our legal boundaries.
Can you?
Thank you.
Can you then, Courtney, please make note of the Foothill Farms, North Highlands 80 split, because as you heard, there's a census designated place that does not agree with the way it's been interpreted here. So I would hate for your staff to make the assumption that that was a mistake when it wasn't.
Yes, that is on my list, and we will have our
Okay.
GIS team confirm that, because obviously we want to make sure we have the right ballots for our voters. So just wanted to share, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not the prettiest color scheme, but that gives you good contrast there.
Yeah. Oh, what's that neck of, I always used to, I refer to the existing District 4 as the pterodactyl because it looks like a, 'cause
It used to be Florida. I'm not sure what it is now.
no, but because the head of the pterodactyl is Gold River there. But so if you look at
Pterodactyl.
the neck of the pterodactyl by the 50 insignia, is there still like the neck of the pterodactyl that should be in?
Yeah, that's the city of Folsom boundary.
I see. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
What's that piece out there? Is that orange?
That's the Folsom Auto Mall.
No, to the north, just at the top of the map. Northwest,
Above
yeah.
Madison?
Yeah, right there. Was that the area you were trying to adjust earlier?
Yeah, Orangevale.
That was
goes
Orangevale
down
that had been in
like that.
D3.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Okay.
We wanted to make Orangevale whole.
So, Don, did you want to go around the boundaries
Yeah, I'd like
now?
to see the boundaries. This is, the colors are skirting good, so maybe you can start wherever you want to start with the county and just kind of walk us through the whole county with this thing.
Looking for it. What's next?
Did you just ask what's next?
Yes.
Yeah, we wanted to walk the boundaries of every single district to just
Okay.
make sure we're all on the same page.
Which
with
is
the
what I do
boundaries.
now. Now that when I did that thing to Tulare, I learned my lesson. I'm not going to do that again. Since we're here at 4, shall we start with 4?
Sure.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll start at the Folsom city boundary here. Go south, Prairie City, Grant Line. (16) or Jackson Highway. County boundary.
Placer
That's
County.
Folsom Lake right there, I believe. County boundary again. Through Antelope.
Wait,
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
can you go back? That there was a sharp, no, go up and left, or it's behind one of those blocks. It's the purple.
Go one click back.
Yeah.
right there.
Is that correct? The way that's, I guess it is. It's along a main thoroughfare.
Needs to be clean.
Let's have a look here.
Okay.
That might be some blocks we need to clean up, but I'll check later.
What are you talking about? The one I just went back to?
That purple line right there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Bring the map up, Doug, if you can, at that scale.
Oh, I'm sorry. I screwed up.
There you go.
There?
Keep on going. All right, right there. So it's following Antelope Road and Dewey, right? Is that right? No.
Antelope and Daly.
Daily. All right.
Yeah, there's a block right there that we need to assign to, looks like 4.
Yep.
Not showing up.
To 4 or 3?
It's
Oh,
from 3,
4
I
from
think.
3.
Oops. Yeah, I can't pick up the block, so it might be all right. We'll check later. All right. Proceeding along the county line. There's the drainage canal.
Should be railroad tracks, right?
East Levee. It's the East Levee, and the railroad tracks are right there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What would you like the boundary to be?
I think it's correct.
No,
Do you?
I don't think it's changed at all, right?
All right, yeah.
Down to Ascot.
Ascot?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what this is here.
That? Oh, it's keep on going. You'll see it's part of McClellan, I think.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this
That
is the real
McClellan-
end piece
that's
right there.
That's just the McClellan.
Yeah. Yep.
What's that purple, though?
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
That doesn't look right, does it?
That's an island.
That's why we're doing this part of the program here.
That's why we do this
that
part of
would
the
be
program.
bad.
Does that go with
That's
McClellan
from
or
3
with
to 4. I
Phil?
think.
It does. Yeah, it goes into 4.
Yeah, from 3 to 4. Right.
Is the other part of McClellan?
Good.
There we go.
Yeah?
What?
Is that blue part of McClellan?
Yeah, that's
McClellan.
It goes up like that?
Yeah.
Yep. This is a tiny piece of North Highlands that's currently in 1, right there.
That's what is?
That's Freedom Park. That's where you turn left to go to the
No,
aerospace.
I know where it's
Watt
at.
Avenue.
I think that should go to 4, just to be
Okay.
consistent.
That eases it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Where are we at? Okay, this is the North Highlands area. Looks like these blocks here belong in 1 from 4. Let me make sure.
That's the golf course you just moved.
Yeah, but
It's the freeway.
it's Roosevelt Road.
Is the other side of Roseville Road Sacramento proper, or that's just your district? That's always been your district, is that
Not
correct?
showing up.
No, that's the city.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Going to get a lot done there. You got 3 supervisors coming together.
That's,
There's the city boundary.
There's a little
Going
yellow
back
spot
up
over
to
there.
4.
You got one.
Yellow spot at the tip of the city.
Oh, there you go. For 1.
Put that in District 5.
Three.
Kidding.
No, I think it's 3. It's not coming.
It's 4.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay. Because the lines don't match up, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, it should be in the purple?
Yeah.
Well,
Give it a 3.
It looks like, yeah, right,
There you go.
that's a problem.
There
there
you
you go.
That's good.
So hold it right there for a second. Just want to make sure, so now we've got this is that North Highland thing we we're talking about where 4's coming down, and just want to be sure that this piece of North Highland actually is North Highland and belongs, because it's an odd shape where 4's coming down between 1 and 3. So I just want to make sure that you're all in agreement that that actually is considered North Highland and is part of that community that belongs to that.
Or is it Foothill Farms?
I will tell you, I bothered.
goes to Roseville
if you
Road.
If you Google North Highlands, it doesn't look like that.
Does Foothill Farms go to Roseville Road? That's the question. Because
Google North Highlands map.
can we make it a little bigger? Well, it's Roseville Road right there.
You're right, Supervisor Turner. I mean, on the map, it shows American River College in North Highlands. I just don't think anybody's. I mean, certainly members of the community don't consider it that. You know?
As long as it's not a challengeable
right.
issue, right? Well, that's actually why I'm asking is so I think you're good on the college side. You've talked about the record and the community and all that. Now the question is the west of the 80, south of, what is that? South of Palm.
Well, yeah, when you
Is that
cross
considered North Highlands?
when you cross Madison, we've always called it Hillsdale, or it crossed into a different area. Foothill Farms was always on the other side of the freeway. To
Right.
me, that's my personal growing
Likewise.
up. Is that
Yeah, when
Is that-
I was, again, an old story, OC has a, Doug OC, the former congressman, he has a North Highlands address. His house is around there somewhere. I know that. Because that's, if you drive through there, you'll see the horse properties on either side, and one of them is the OC's.
I think on the other side of the freeway is North Highlands, but north of that, you have it, Foothill Farms crossing the freeway. And I'm trying to remember, maybe we can go north a little, go up a little and see. Yeah, right there, Rich. Oh, okay. Is that Foothill Farms? All the way on that side of the freeway?
Doug, if you plug in 95841 zip code, it takes in all of that area east of the freeway that we've highlighted there.
I always thought of that side of the freeway as North Highlands, but
East of the freeway?
where his hand is.
Well, that's
But
west. That's west.
You know better than I do.
That's
It's in your
842
district.
right there. 841 is down here. And I assume 841 goes over this way?
I think of Walerga and all those areas on the other side of the freeway as North Highlands. Do you? Well, they have it as Foothill Farms. I think of Foothill Farms on the Carmichael side of the freeway.
Yeah, likewise. 95841 is a Foothill Farms zip code. But Supervisor Cern is right. The map, when you pull up North Highlands, it's not consistent with that. So I don't know what what the right approach is here.
It depends on
Well-
what you're, I can say that the P-bid, can you go up a little bit? The P-bid crosses into Antelope and Foothill Farms north. The P-bid's on Walerga.
What if we just kept it by zip code, Doug?
Yeah, it would make sense for the P-bid to stay together because that's an economic development thing.
I can assign by zip code.
Is 95842 on the other side of the freeway?
I mean, 42 and 41 are, the community certainly identifies as Foothill Farms, both of those zip codes.
41 is what?
Foothill Farms.
And what is
North Highlands is 95660.
I didn't see it on here. Oh, there it is over there. Okay. So, would you like me to assign 95660 to 4?
It should already be in 4, I think.
Can I just point out that if, looking at the deviations for 3 and 4, they're both under, but by different margins. If you were to somehow in this area put more into 3 and take from 4, you would help that situation.
Yeah, because 3 is under.
I mean, well, we could just
So-
take Roseville Road
I was thinking, what if you just, did Roseville Road to,
all the way down there south, Phil?
yeah. So if you take Roseville Road and what is that, Atwood Court or something? Or wherever that
Yeah.
Palm Avenue.
If you just follow Roseville Road
Yeah, see where-
down and just make that into 3.
Right.
Exactly.
It'll clean it up quite a bit.
This whole area right here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That crosses Roseville Road, but that's okay if you're okay with it.
Well, we might want to take it out, though, because this may make the deviation.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's making it a little bit, it'd be cleaner just to do it along Roseville Road, I think.
Yeah, let's try that.
And there's also a little tip at the bottom that.
Let's see what that looks like.
11,700 from 4 to 3.
I may just flip that deviation.
Watch this.
Huh.
No,
You're
4.
at 0 almost, Mr. Desmond.
4 is right at 5 almost.
-5.
5.02.
So now you're 8% deviation.
We made the deviation. Wow.
801.
Well, I'm certainly okay if we reverse that, what we just did. Put it back how it was. What do you think?
Well, before it was 6.5, now it's 801. So you got
Let's keep going around the lines and.
You want to undo what we just did?
Well, I think we can justify it either way. I mean, because it's certainly one zip code. It's part of the 95660 zip code. It's just a funky zip code configuration.
Yeah. Again, if you can, you still got growth in those in the unders, and
I think Roseville Road seems like the more logical line.
But I think to Don's point, I think even though the deviation grows a couple points, but we're still under 10. The fact that the deviation is now low or greatest on the low side for District 4. District 4 is going to see most of the growth in the next 10 years, right?
well, you certainly got Cordova Hills.
Or a lot of growth.
Alberta specific plan.
Yeah.
Fine with me either way.
It'll be in D4, so so there's growth potential there. So
I think this looks better, and I feel a little more comfortable that it
that's
wouldn't
fine.
be
That's fine.
challenged.
yeah, if it works better for the community.
Let's keep moving at the boundaries. Maybe we'll find some other cleanup.
All right.
Up to Antelope. That's Carmichael right there.
There's something, well, I guess it goes along the line. It's just the line is crooked, right? There's one street.
There's a piece of Citrus Heights right here. It's currently in 3.
Yeah, let's put that back in 4.
Yeah.
That might be the Foothill Golf Course. I don't know.
220 people.
No, I don't know what I can't see.
Helped a little bit.
It looks like there might be some. No, go down. On the corner there, it looks like there might be a sliver.
Oh yeah.
Some slivers that are in 4 that should be in 3.
Right here?
I could be a little further over to the right. There.
Right there?
Yeah. I mean, I might be seeing it wrong.
No, it looks like you might be right.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Good eye.
just, we'll run the computer through and it'll check. So any little slivers like that, the computer will catch for me.
Oh, okay.
Great.
I guess we're all worried that it's not going to be perfect.
It's more keeping an eye on the things like you just spotted with Highland, Rainbow, areas where the census lines don't match the reality on the ground. We agree as well.
Yeah, there's another one.
Another one right there.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, now we know why that's there.
Perhaps we need to leave that one alone.
Mm-hmm.
Going along Madison Avenue here. Fair Oaks Boulevard to Greenback. Greenback down Kenneth.
That's Fair Oaks, correct?
Kenneth, yes. Kenneth to Madison.
That's an odd line.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's
one.
There's a corner.
Here's one.
A couple.
Orangevale here. Fair Oaks here. So
But can you go up just a little bit? Yeah.
oh, there you go. Yeah. Let's do this one first.
Yeah, Rollingwood.
Oh, that's a big one.
That doesn't, that's probably why.
Here's that Folsom line. I think this is where we started.
Yeah. Oh, what is
that the city limit?
yeah, can you
That's
move
the
it up
city
just
line.
a tiny bit? It seems like there's a hard line that is outside. Can you move it up just a little bit?
Like that?
Yeah. Is that the city, the black line, the city line, or is it the yellow line that's the city line?
The yellow line is your district line and the city line, yes.
Okay.
I've run into this before.
Yeah.
So we've covered.
I think we're done with 4. Clean
Yeah.
up. Who's next?
Can we go? I think if you just started at the northerly part of 1, between 1 and 3, 4, and work south and come around that way, counterclockwise, you'll catch the remaining boundaries.
Start in Alberta.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen this line already.
Yep.
There's McClellan.
Yep.
There's Hagen Oaks.
Oh, well, is that a city boundary, that little jog? See it?
Yeah, let's have a look.
Yeah, good eye.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is.
Mm-hmm. 1 from 3.
Yeah.
Hmm. 700 folks.
Does Roosevelt Road, is that a block or something? Just,
Roseville Road. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there's some yellow, yeah.
yeah.
See how far it goes.
Oh, wait.
Wait, there was,
Go back up along the southerly boundary of the
Right there.
Right there. Auburn Boulevard. See it?
Not sure. I don't see
This purple one here.
So that should go to 3?
No, into 1.
Oh, that one over
City
there.
boundary,
Okay.
it should go to 1.
Let's go to 1 on the other side of, what is that? Yeah.
And it should be Ethan Way all the way down.
Go south now?
Yeah, please.
Is that something that we?
yeah, that's something.
I don't think so.
I think
Zoom
it-
back out.
Okay.
Zoom back in, I'm sorry.
Okay. You might be
Yeah,
wrong.
that should be in 3 then, right?
Well, it seems like there's
That's city boundary right there.
is the gold the city boundary or the purple?
The purple.
Purple line, yeah.
Why was the gold the city boundary?
Never mind.
Never mind.
Why was the
Never
gold
mind.
the city boundary for my question over by Folsom then?
It's the overlaps.
It's the
Okay.
overlaps. The colors are overlapping.
Okay.
Proceed south, Mr. Cerna?
Yes, please. Right?
Some more weirdness looking right there, but I think it's probably
That's
all,
the way it is right now. so
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
Campus Commons is now in 3. Let's make sure. Yeah, Campus Commons is in 3.
Zach State's in 1 now. Let me think of, what is it?
Howe Avenue is a boundary.
16.
Jackson, I think.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
there.
we can go back up there.
Is that a
between
problem right there? Or is the gold the?
And go, I would go east to check the boundary. No. There you go. Go east, and between the 3
Right
and
here?
5. Yes.
Right there?
Correct.
What, Sloan Perkins, what is that?
Yeah, that looks like a,
It just doesn't match up.
Yeah, nope.
Nope.
I'm not going to work.
Okay, Kiefer, then Folsom Boulevard, crossing 50 to, that's Mayhew here.
Butterfield Riviera, Larchmont East,
Uh-huh.
all in.
I kind of switched away from 1. Let's go.
No. If you do it this way, we'll pick up 1 where we left off. If you do this, then all we have to do is check the easterly and southerly boundary of 1 and 2 and the southerly boundary of 2 and 5. We'll be done.
The river, right? That's it.
Yeah,
Follows the river.
follows the river.
We're going around 5.
Sunrise.
Sunrise.
Yeah.
Sunrise. Okay, there's something here.
Something was wrong. You've really been a great help, Doug.
Thank Mr. Johnson as well. He's helping me out here.
And
where am I going
and
now?
Mr. Johnson.
Continue to go east
Go east and
and then go north.
yeah.
No.
You already did that, yeah. So the 3-4 border you've already gone over.
Okay.
Did
So-
you do that?
Did you go up Grant Line?
Not Grant Line. I don't think so.
All right, let's go up Grant Line.
Oh,
But there's
that?
something right there.
Yeah.
See what it's in.
One cow.
There's a cow.
Won't be for long.
Cordova Hills.
No, it's Anatolia or Cavallo Ranch, one of them.
Prairie City.
Prairie City Road here between 3 and 4.
Well, that's-
And then we've reached this Folsom boundary.
So if you go back down to Highway 16 and Power Inn, roughly. And then just,
Go south from here.
that's all fine because we didn't mess with
Yeah,
it.
that's all, the little jogs on one side of
Hey,
the city.
just get the map up a little bit, please. To the
Closer,
north.
do you mean?
No. Just move the map up a little bit. There you go. Those boundaries have not been messed with.
That's correct.
Okay. So just keep following it west, please. Can you zoom in to the bottom of the finger that's in District 1 there? Follow Fruit Ridge, please.
Elder
A little
Creek.
further to the west.
Right at this corner here?
No. Further to the west.
Right of 99. There we go.
What's that gray? Is that just the?
Oh, this here?
No.
Borderline, you mean?
I guess so. I don't know what that is.
I think it's the borderline, it's that color because it's not the city.
Okay.
This is unincorporated, and that's the
All
city.
right, I get that. See where it says 2.37%? Right underneath that, just that line there, that's the way it's supposed to be, right?
Yep.
Okay, all right, that's all. So if you just keep on going west now, okay, and then fall.
North.
Then we go north on the train tracks. And then we go west on Sutterville.
Sutterville.
We go north on Freeport. And left on Vallejo all the way to the river. Okay, so that needs to be fixed.
Yeah, this here.
Yeah, sliver.
Okay, we're at the river.
Yep, and then I think that's it for 1.
Yeah, I think so
Now
too.
you just need to check 2 and 5.
Follow the river on down.
There's Freeport.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, town of Freeport's in
Something's wrong there or something.
What's that?
Or
What's that? Is there a little sliver or something?
This is the current line.
Oh, really?
Oh, I think it's just offset. That's why.
Okay.
I think the only adjustment you did, if I'm not mistaken, is the correction on the Elk Grove lock, right?
What's that
Yeah.
area, Doug? What is that?
This area here.
Yeah. That's current line, the red?
The brown line is the city line, and then this would be, let's see.
Elk Grove?
This is the
Sanitation district plan.
land. Is this where the
wastewater treatment plant?
The treatment plant.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at that, where the blue comes across the red line. What is?
You want me to put this area in 5?
Yeah, whatever it was.
See if it does it.
Cleans it up.
Yes or no on that one?
There you go.
Right there.
Yes.
My chief of staff just said, don't take my sliver.
All right.
That's just a function of the weird city boundary.
This is a city boundary here.
That is a weird boundary.
Down here. This is just offset, as you say.
Mm-hmm.
Sheldon Road.
Yep.
Up to Geneva Point. Calvine, between Elk Grove and the county.
Keep going.
To the left. Here's 99. Okay.
Yeah, you get that piece of RT property.
We've reached Excelsior in Calvine.
Keep going.
There's a golf course here.
Wild Hog.
To Gerber. Elk Grove Florin, which becomes South Watt. And we've reached the border with 1 again.
Mm-hmm. Can you just go west, please? I want to make sure that when you did the Gerber flip, looks like we got every parcel or every block. Yep. I think that's it.
Good. All right, where to next?
I think that's it, right?
I think it's number 5.
No, I think
Yeah, we've covered 5's border between 2 and 4, and the rest of it is the county line.
Yeah, Doug, if you could just go back to where Murrieta, make sure we got that lined up right there. We made the adjustment, but I want to see where Indio Drive and, okay, stop right there. What's that gray line where the Highway 16 furthest one to the left is? There's a line that comes down, gray.
This one here?
Yeah, right there. What is that? That's currently in 5?
There's a creek here.
Yeah.
Might just be a block line.
Okay. If it's currently in 5, leave it in 5.
I can't identify it. This is a creek here.
Open area.
and then it just goes around like that.
Yeah, okay, all right.
What do you think was the reason why they put that other section in 4 before, Don?
You're talking in the middle there?
Yeah.
Well, that's where the mobile home park is, where the equine center is.
No, I mean further down, in between Van Vleck and that area.
Oh, I don't know.
You think
Maybe
it's
that
the
little
sheriff?
box there. I don't know about that. I mean, if there's something in there, you can double check your maps.
I don't think it
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. I didn't know if it
As
was
long as it
something.
didn't take in I know you want the service center and the operating
It's the
engineers.
sheriff's service center and,
That should be in D4.
well, that's why they had it in there maybe.
No, not that
No,
one.
not there. It's on the other side of that peninsula.
I'm just adjusting. It looked like there was a Murrieta line there, but let
Oh,
me,
was there?
Let me ask you. See this right here?
Hmm.
There's 16 folks in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
What
Could
do
I
you
give
think?
it to 4 or 5?
Stay in D5, that section.
Stay in D5? Okay, but
Stay in
further
D5.
down, it was D4 before. The only thing I can think of that's there is the sheriff substation and
Yeah, I would say you want to keep that in.
that goes with the community. It works with the
It was in that
community.
box before that you took out, that we were up by Van Vleck Road, but I think that was a little further to the, you might want to just check it. I mean, Phil has a Google up too, see how that would line up. Again, you don't want to put the service center in D4, you want to leave that in, I mean, D5, you leave it in D4.
Well, they work with.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm in complete agreement, and the operating engineers is on that south side there, so there may have been a reason why that line,
Airport in D5?
is there an airport?
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
no,
an
the- no, the
it's a
the
small,
airport's,
oh, not that big. It was a smaller section.
Airport should be in,
In 5 or 4?
The Census Bureau redrew the block.
Is it
so
in
that
though?
Small area is no longer a census block now.
Oh,
Now
they,
The whole area is one single block.
just leave it in D5, that's fine.
All right.
I think Don wants to keep Van Vleck, right?
yeah, but
Yeah.
does it take the service center out? Because I think that's important.
They redrew it's bigger now, so
It is in?
Yeah, that's just one block. We can't subdivide it. So either.
It doesn't matter, we can still work
Okay.
with them even
All
if they're
right,
not
well,
with us.
As long as you're fine with that, okay. Well,
But actually, Doug's right. That little triangle he was highlighting earlier is part of Rancho Murrieta.
It is? Okay. Okay, that's fine. And the airport's in? I mean, Phil was asking, the airport is in, right? In D4?
I don't know where it is.
It should be
Kind of at the bottom of that bowl?
in that
Can
section.
you scroll the map up a little bit?
Guarantee you.
Other way.
Like that?
Yeah, it's on the south side of 16. And to the west a little bit.
I don't think we have airports.
Yeah.
as a way.
I think,
It's a really small airport. I'm pretty sure it's probably in that.
Yeah, it's.
What do you think, Don?
Yeah, I think it hugs it.
it's on the north
Yeah.
side of the river. Yeah. So you're going to move the pink into D4, because that's part of Murrieta, you said? Okay.
Shall I assign these 2 blocks to a District 4? The one in the red I've highlighted?
Right.
Yeah, because it's Rancho Murrieta and there's only 16
Yeah,
people
fine.
there.
Okay.
As long as it's Rancho Murrieta, that's the address. Okay. Can you run that out to the county line? Amador,
Okay.
please.
Yep, there's the Amador County right there.
Edge of the universe.
Oh, that's the county line? Okay, good.
Can I ask? Can I look at one thing real quick? If you don't mind. So go back to the La Riviera area. I know we added some additional population to D3 over there. Just that area. I think it's actually part of Rosemont. It's in a different school district. I don't know, Don. That one little corner, south of 50, east of Watt.
Right, the Cal Center.
Yeah, and that's not currently in D3.
It's not.
Could we look and maybe see about keeping that in
I'm
D4?
fine. It's 1,885 folks, and you can bring
Okay.
it back as long as it doesn't throw a deviation out. I was, when we were trying to.
Yeah, we're trying to add population. Yeah.
So it's.
There's Bradshaw, so Watt has to be.
Keep coming. You're right. Almost there, Doug. Yeah. Right.
Watt here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right there. Yeah. That triangle. put it back in.
What would you like me to do?
From 3 to 5?
Back to 5.
This area here?
No, come up. Right where 50 is there, yeah. And then, yeah, there you got it, that triangle.
This here?
Cal Center.
Okay.
That's going to make our deviation worse.
Yeah, it will.
It's our biggest district.
Right.
We don't want to put people in.
But it's 1885. It's not very many.
It's not my, it's a different
All right.
school district, and it's, it's currently in D5 now.
Yeah, put that back in.
Between Watt, 50, and
Yes.
Folsom.
there, okay.
It'll change it by 1,885 folks, I think. Yep, by 1885.
You take your deviation above 3, probably.
Yeah, a little bit. Still won't take us out altogether.
I think I got it. 1,800
1885.
from
D3 to D5.
3 to 5.
Yeah.
It'll throw us up a little
Great.
bit.
4.9.
We're still within the margin. 7,
We're
8.
essentially 9% deviation.
Yeah, okay.
And 3 and 4 are still in more of the growth areas than under this map.
8.5.
Okay, 8.5.
So we're 8, so yeah, we're pretty big. If there's anything can come out of 5, or they can go into 4, that would help the deviation.
What about, no, no. Could you go back to what the view you just had there?
Where we were?
Yeah, please. What do you call this? The east?
Butterfield Riviera.
What if that went into 3? No?
No, they identify with.
Oh, that's right.
What's
'cause they
going
got the
that's the
river
area
there,
between.
huh?
Yeah, that's Butterfield
Yeah.
Riviera. I mean, the wedge that we had in there, yeah, it is, part of Rosemont, but it's separated by Folsom Boulevard, and it's, that's why it's suggested if we were trying to, but other than that, we keep communities together. So 3 needs to pick up some, is what you're saying? I don't know if there's any more.
It's more 5 needs to give up, if it can.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. 5 needs to give up, if anything, they can.
To who?
Ideally to 4, but it doesn't matter, really. It's anything coming out of 5 is our largest district, so as long as the territory goes into any other district, they'll make the deviations.
I don't know how you feel about part of anything close to Rancho Murrieta, or do you want to keep it all? I'm not.
Well, there's no,
I don't-
you're not getting a
No.
population.
There's nothing down.
There's nothing
Yeah,
else
you
for
just
him to
you'll
get.
get them in dozens, not in hundreds
Yeah,
of
exactly.
thousands. So that's why I looked at that triangle. I mean,
What if you look at the area where 5, 4, and 3 are?
going back, what?
I'm
going
thinking
east?
the
To the east,
equestrian.
yeah. I don't know.
Well, you filled all that in. You got all Aerojet east in Glenboro now. You got a logical boundary along White Rock. District 4 has.
Did you take part of that, Rich?
Yeah, I did.
Where?
Yeah, you took that from 4, right? Or was that from you?
Yes, it was from
Don?
4. But I'm just wondering if you would go further east, is there any opportunity to peel off some more from 5 into either 3 or 4?
If you just
I'm just saying the equestrian center where
put your hand out, your grab hand on.
Murrieta and the equestrian center, they're all kind of part of Rancho Murrieta? Or do you want to keep that? It's okay if you do. I'm just
Grab
asking.
hand, Doug.
No.
Grab hand.
You've got all that. Equestrian Center's with
I
you.
don't have, I don't think I have the equestrian.
Go back to,
Do I?
if you want to go to Murrieta, I mean, yeah, you got the Equestrian Center. It's all in there. It was in that yellow.
I thought that was in you.
No. should be in yours, right there. It's all D4. Western Center right there, mobile home park, airport, all in D4.
Okay, well, I don't know what else you could give to D4. Do we have to give to D4?
No, you're at 8.5%, so as long as we can justify all the lines, then it's a level that makes us nervous, but it's in the 10% window, and you're not going to get tripped up by census data or anything.
Is there a way to print that on one page and give us a copy of it so we can see the lines all in one map? Or
You mean print from here?
Put it on a thumb drive and
or can you email it to Flo and she can print it and give us a copy of the map so we can see it? Because it's hard to see where we're at.
It's actually easier. The interactive map we've been using, where you can click which layer you want to do. That's an online site. We can put it there in 5 or 10 minutes, and then you can zoom in and scroll around rather than trying to see it.
I don't know. Do you guys need? We don't have to. It's just I'm having trouble seeing the forest for the trees.
Let me take the zip codes off.
Every blade of grass.
Okay. Well, he said it's a danger zone. Like we need to make some adjustments. So I was going to look at where can we do that.
He didn't say danger zone. I think he said nervous.
Yeah.
Nervous is good.
Nervous
Keeps
isn't
us on our
danger?
toes.
Okay.
Danger
well,
Zone
then,
was Top Gun.
if
That's
we're
right.
happy, okay. If you guys want to live on the wild side, I can do it. Trust me. I can roll with the best of them.
I've focused on Bradshaw and Folsom Boulevard. This area here, should that be in 5? You want to keep that in 5 right here?
That's Butterfield.
Butterfield Riviera. Yes. And then you have Lincoln Village, which is in the city to the south of 50. Those are all communities, and that's where the Bradshaw theaters are, or yeah, they're still there. Part of that community.
Folsom Cordova School District, right?
Mm-hmm. And we heard from the neighborhood. We had a workshop out there.
So leave that as is?
I say yes.
Okay.
I think Don sounds happy with his district.
Yeah, I think, if you want to look at communities, I think you've done an excellent job, certainly Doug, with the cursor and listening to us both in the north and south, the community. I know obviously there's, I certainly don't want to discount testimony about community of interest, but when I think about at least community frameworks, geography, and folks that identify and so forth, I think you've done a good job. I mean, obviously it's not perfect in the eyes of some, but.
I agree.
And
I agree.
just to put all the comments in the same place, and to the point that you made earlier, the district that's really short is 4, which is almost certainly the fastest growing one.
It will be very.
Kind of anticlimactic.
Now what do we do?
So what, do we take a time out for a few minutes and get a map? Is that what we're going to do? Or what?
I don't know.
Do we need a map?
Would you like to
Natasha's-
at least walk
I'm not
away with the
suggesting we'd
map?
have to.
Natasha's
Yeah.
going to tell us what we're going to do.
Perfect. All right,
Okay.
Natasha.
Is it the interactive? Wait, is the interactive?
Well, first I want to say thank you so much. I know we're not done, but I have to say
You're certainly
thank
welcome.
you and the teleprompters and everyone who has been working on this. It's made it so much easier for all of us, and the interpreters who came and made sure everybody could understand it.
And we have one caller that is on hold too, if you want to take that.
Oh, thank you. Would you like us to take the public comment while you're getting the map situated? Maybe that would be helpful.
Yeah, we're trying to figure something out right now.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take the public comment.
I'm gonna turn your mics off too over there, Natasha.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, please transfer the caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. Michelle Wright, Sac County resident. I'm calling in regards to the dividing line between District 3 and District 4 for the Orangevale and Fair Oaks purposes. I know it was your intent to keep Orangevale whole and Fair Oaks whole. So just wanted to call out north of Madison, between Pershing and Madison is actually Fair Oaks. Currently, you have it within District 4. Basically, everything north of Madison Avenue was put into District 4, whereas that Pershing Avenue should be the dividing line between Orangevale and Fair Oaks, as it currently is. So yeah, that's like around Madison and Hazel there. So I just want to let you know about that. Hopefully you can adjust that line. Thank you.
I had a little bit of trouble hearing you. Do you mind are you still there, ma'am? She hung up. No, well, did others hear her?
Pershing.
She was saying that the notch that's north of Madison should be with District 4. Is that what she said? I think that's what she was.
I wasn't clear what she said either, so I'm trying to find Madison here.
I thought she was trying to say that there's a little portion that's actually Fair Oaks and needs to be put in district. I thought that's what she said, but we can check.
Yeah.
Can you call her back?
It's probably a simple fix.
I feel bad. I struggle to hear sometimes. And I struggle to understand with that mic.
I know, and I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. But
My hearing is just not that good, but they're calling her right now. I mean, they're trying to get her on the line. And the food is being brought down as we speak. They're just separating everything out, so.
I think she's talking about that notch that crosses Madison. It's kind of a weird line. We cleaned it up by putting it back in Fair Oaks, but I don't know if she's saying it should be in District 3 or 4.
Well, we cleaned up that Orangevale area for sure.
We cleaned up Orangevale, and
Yeah.
we also cleaned up some of Fair Oaks. She's saying, my staff are saying, she said between Madison and Pershing should be Fair Oaks. I'm not sure that's correct, he says. So
I don't know where Pershing is. I'm at Fair Oaks Boulevard in Madison here.
It would
I see Pershing.
It would be
I see
Kenneth and
Pershing.
Madison. Kenneth and Madison, I think.
Okay. Here's
Between
Kenneth,
Madison
here's
and-
Madison. Pershing is right there. I'm not on screen, I'm sorry.
Maybe
Did she
she's
say
saying
that-
we didn't get cover all of it.
They're transferring her in right now.
There we go.
Okay.
Hi, ma'am. You're in the meeting now.
Hi.
Hi. Can you just mute the meeting in the background and that?
Yeah, I just
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So what I was trying to say is between Pershing Avenue and Madison Avenue, currently you have that within District 4, and I guess under the consideration that was Orangevale. However, that area north of Madison, south of Pershing, around Hazel, is actually Fair Oaks. So I'm hoping you can move that District 3, District 4 dividing line north at the actual line that is what separates Orangeville and Fair Oaks. Is that clear?
Can you?
Does it go to Beach or to Hazel?
Let me pull up my map.
Or Illinois? Illinois, Hazel?
Yeah, so it is, it's between like Hazel and Kenneth around.
Okay, so it goes all the way to Hazel. All the way over there. South of Pershing. Again,
Are you
there's a
saying that
disagreement
those
with the-
addresses are 95628 Fair Oaks?
Correct, yeah.
The Census Bureau calls that Orangevale. So it's up to
Okay.
you.
But it's in a Fair Oaks zip code?
Let me bring the zip codes back up. See if it comes here.
Flo, can you give us the map that he's working on?
Oh, are you guys?
There we go.
ready for it now? Okay, sorry.
Where can you point to where she's talking about?
Yeah, right here. Right here. Pershing is that little line. This is Hazel, and this is Kenneth and Madison.
Well, I think if it's a Fair Oaks zip code, we should probably put it in D3, if it is.
I just don't know where the Fair Oaks zip code. Can you do a
Right.
search by Fair Oaks zip code and see where those are? I always thought of that as Orangevale, but 95662. She's saying it's
Okay,
95628.
you see, there's a zip code line right there, that blue line.
We visited this issue.
Huh?
We visited this issue.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's
we
why.
moved
That's
that.
why
we moved it.
Okay.
So if you look at Turnbull Circle, for example,
Yep.
that's a 95628. And that's currently in the yellow, which is D4.
Correct.
And it used to be in D3. Is that correct? We just moved it into D4 today. That's what we just moved.
Well, if we move that back, it helps
Yeah,
us.
we can move that
All right.
back.
3 gets
Thank you for
added
letting
to
us know.
4 gets subtracted.
I think
You're
we.
welcome.
I
Thank
think
you.
it was in D3 before, and we moved it into D4 today.
Here's the map.
Yeah, I believe you did too.
Yeah,
you.
we'll fix it. We'll reverse it.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
That's why it was not making sense to us. Their zip code is different.
Should help on deviation.
Yeah.
Doug, are you guys ready for me to display the map, or are you still working on it? Okay.
We have one more correction going on, and then we'll have it.
From 4 to 3.
Does it continue to the east?
Can you move that box?
Yeah, move
because
over a little
it
bit.
looks
You gotta-
like
you
it's
gotta-
continuing.
Get your hand and move the map over.
No, or move the thing over.
Now you made
yeah.
it worse.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
There you go.
oops.
No, but there's another spot over there that doesn't make sense.
I think that little blue finger may also
Yeah.
be Fair Oaks
Yeah,
too,
it's-
right? Phil, is that what you're
Yeah,
thinking?
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if that's Fair Oaks.
That's what it
I
looks
bet
like
it
on
is.
the zip code map too.
Yep, that's why it was like that. Glad we found out. I don't know if this makes a difference with Courtney Bailey and the registrar of
versus,
voters for
census
census.
line?
Well, she's going to clean up census tracts, right?
Right.
So, but it was this way before, so I don't think it's going to be a problem.
That one's too big.
Nope. All right.
So I'll go ahead and implement this.
Yep.
So that hurts us on the deviation.
What's our total deviation now?
Over 9.
What's that?
We're over 9.
How did it hurt us? I thought,
We just took all those people out of 4.
oh, 4 was lowest, right?
Oh. Yeah, that's a weird line. One side of the street is going to be in District 3 and the other side's going to be in District 4.
It happens everywhere.
You know,
Just because I have some past experiences as Supervisor Frost with people wanting zip code changes. Keep in mind, zip codes are drawn based on how big the building is and how many trucks they can fit at the post office. So they don't use zip codes to define communities, even though normally people do, but the lines are not drawn that way.
I suggest we go back.
I think it seems like Orangeville personally, but I don't know if Rich cares.
Either way is fine with me.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine either way.
I think we should revert back.
Undo.
Well, we're making it worse than it, with the numbers, that's the problem.
So I'll undo that?
Yes. Hopefully
Hopefully the constituent won't mind.
Well, yeah. Hopefully she'll hear the explanation about zip codes
Yeah.
being somewhat irrelevant.
Although she might.
Are we done?
I think we are. I mean, I just want to ask one more time. Do you think we should have left that in Fair Oaks or Orangeville? What do you think?
I'm fine with this. I think it's not worth messing up.
The deviation, yeah.
Okay. Okay, subject to cleanup by registrar of voters and census tract and city and everything, right?
Yep. Do you want me to maybe suggest what our next steps might be?
Please.
Okay.
Please.
So we will, as you just suggested, Supervisor Frost, we'll clean up the draft and we'll add it to the online interactive map so that the public can see that, and we'll do that by Friday of this week. We'll also take that draft and finalize it working with Courtney's team and NDC. And we'll publish a final map no later than November 30th because it has to be published 7 days before December 7th. And then we'll, of course, also draft a resolution to bring back to you with a legal definition for these boundaries on December 7th as well. And we'll work with County Council as well as Courtney. Go ahead.
Just curious, are we doing meets and bounds descriptions, or how are we?
Courtney, do you know?
I'm seeing a lot of questions on the County Council forum about that, how people are doing that, which is why I'm raising that question.
Yes. Historically, we used to have to get an engineer involved for meets and bounds. Now the GIS is so good that is not needed to implement. Some folks still do it out of tradition, but it really comes down to as long as we have enough that the registrars can feel confident when they implement where the lines are. So we can work with Courtney's team and figure out what they want specifically, but no, those are thankfully going the way and moving more towards what an average person can understand if here's the map.
Right. Thank you.
And just for the meets and bounds that you're referring to would be like township and section lines and seconds and those kinds of things. So.
I think that's what we have in the county code now.
Yeah.
Right.
And
It's
it
not
also,
helpful to
it also
some.
references natural and man-made,
Yeah.
right. What do you call them? Landmarks.
If you're supportive of those next steps, that's what we'll do.
We are, and we do have a question from Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I know we've had a number of folks watching this, and it'd be helpful if you could go through the numbers that are kind of on top. You've made it so a little better for us to read, but if you could talk about what the population numbers and what the deviations are so we know with what we've now going to send forward for the next step, where we ended up district by district and with the deviations, please.
Okay.
And what is this being called? The preferred map? Is it being called, what are you calling this map?
This is the final map, the final draft. Final draft.
Final draft, okay.
District 1 has 324,487 people. That's a deviation of 7,510.
The ideal number, want to restate that again?
Sorry?
The ideal number is what?
317.
It's 316 and change.
Oh, is it 314 or 316? Here it is. 316,977.
Okay,
is
so
the ideal
316,976 is the spot-on number. Okay, thanks.
Right. And District 1 is 324,487, a deviation of 7,510. That's 2.37%. District 2 is at 316,279, which is only 698 under the ideal population. That's 0.22%. District 3 is at 314,541, under by 2,436, 0.77% deviation. District 4 is at 301,256, which is 15,721 under the ideal population. Under by 4.96%. District 5 is 328,323, which is over by 11,346, a deviation of 3.58%.
Okay, thank you.
And then our total deviation, high to low?
What was the question?
He was asking, what is the
deviation, high to
total
low.
deviation?
So yeah, it's high to low would be 4.96 to 3.58, which is, what is that, 8.54.
8.54.
One thing, just so there aren't any surprises, as we clean it up, there may be a block here or a block there that is misassigned or, that's not contiguous with this district. So those numbers may change by, 5, 10, something like that. So if people see the numbers change, that's where it'll be, and we'll record those.
Okay, well, I want to thank you, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Yoakum and your staff, and Natasha, you have been amazing through all this, through the interview process, and all of our team from the county really helped a lot. And I don't know how we got to this fast. I didn't plan on going home for dinner tonight, so I'm really happy. And I want to thank you so much for getting us this far. We're looking forward to working our way to that final map. I guess this is a final map, but I'm looking forward to seeing it. So
You're certainly welcome, and I thank you, members of the board, for working with us on this. I'd also like to thank your staff again for assisting us and making it all look good, and an easy way to do this. If I had done this in the legislature 10 years ago, I don't know what would have happened.
and thank you for bringing that interactive map. That really helped us pull it together. I don't think we could have done it as well without it. So thank you for thinking of that, Supervisor Natoli, because I think that really helped. Supervisor Cerna.
Yes, thank you. For those that may still be watching or care, we did receive a number of comments last night. And many speakers cited the fact that they thought this process was being rushed, was too compressed a timeline. And could you perhaps just put on the record again why it is that it does feel that way even for us, and it's a little out of the norm?
Certainly. It's a speech we're giving a lot these days. because this is obviously not of the county's choosing. So the idea was we would get census data in March, and we would have until December 15th to finish this process. Because of COVID and everything happened with that, the census data actually came out in mid-August. And California, in a decision made years ago, made a widely supported decision to shift the prison population to count them with their last known home addresses. It was hoped that would take 2 to 4 weeks. That ended up taking 7 weeks. So we had hoped to have the data in March or April and then have 8 or 9 months to finish this process. Instead, we received the data at the end of September. And because the end date is tied to the election, it's not moving. And the legislature actually considered moving the election and all of that, but they ultimately decided not to. So our start date went from March to early October, and our end date stayed December 15th. So, and of course, as you now have to go through, there's the, the formal introduction of the formal paperwork and all that still has to happen, which is why we have to have this wrapped up now. So yes, instead of 9 months, we have 2.5.
Great. I think that helps, or at least it should, in terms of the concerns that I think we all had, not just the people that decided to address us. Having gone through this once before, and Dawn, this is what, your 5th time? Mm-hmm. It is
the last.
It usually is a more extended and iterative process, and again, thank you for saying it wasn't of the county's choosing, because that's absolutely correct. Thanks.
I also want to say that it's not an easy process for us as a board because it's very personal. Your district is very personal, and talking about swapping, losing parts of it or gaining other parts, it's hard, I think, for all of us. And I want to thank the board for working so well together to, I think we did a really good job helping each other come up with a good map. I'm excited about it. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I would just add to the thanks, certainly thank Doug and Doug for their efforts, Natasha and Courtney and all the folks that have worked in the clerk's office for all the technical assistance here. And I want to, again, thank the public who participated at various junctures, at various levels, including obviously up until just a few minutes ago with the caller. And the effort to do the outreach in that compressed amount of time certainly challenged folks to find locations, to have the technical setup, to have the ability to Zoom call in and such. But I think all in all, it was a process that was open, and certainly the work we did here in these chambers over the last 2 days was open, and again we had the public comment, and I'm sure there's folks who are satisfied, those that are a bit disappointed, but nonetheless I think again with the technical assistance and working with the framework that we had, I think that we ended up in a place that hopefully reflects not only what the law requires, but a real effort to try to preserve communities of interest, to keep them together, again, recognizing the challenge of population and some of the geography that is the framework for obviously where communities lay and so forth. But with 1.5 million people in this county, I think folks can, hopefully over the next 10 years, see that what was anticipated relative to growth in some areas, but also reflecting mature communities and cities and communities of interest and all the various district boundaries and so forth. Again, I want to just compliment all the folks that have participated, because they contributed in ways that helped us as board members deliberate, and certainly to, I think, reflect on not only the seriousness of the task, but the gravity that comes with setting these boundaries, and obviously what it means for people of this county. So I want to just thank everybody involved, and again, thank you, Madam Chair, for your efforts in leading us through it.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. I also want to add that there were so many different criteria that we had to meet. It was not just a matter of geographic population, ethnic, I guess, political persuasion, ethnicity. There were so many federal and state laws that were in play. And then at the very end, when we were having those conversations about smoothing out the lines or, doing something that makes sense to a neighborhood, even though the zip code is different, it's not because we don't care or, it's really, it was a matter of, we were, we had to meet certain criteria to actually make this map approvable at the end. And so I don't know if I said that well, but I think what I'm trying to say is, especially to the last caller who called in with her zip code, which was Fair Oaks, my district ended up being the smallest district with the most potential for growth. But, I was quite a bit, something like 15,000 below other districts. And so we were trying to hold on to what I had, I think, and make sure that map would be approved. So anyway, again, we want to thank the public for being a positive part of it, and thank all the professionals that made this happen. And we're excited and looking forward to moving toward December. Is it December 7, the final? So we'll see you, I think we'll see you a couple, maybe one or two more times. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. I think with that, we can move on to our closing items.
Madam Chair, someone called in on the county exec's line because the redistricting, I closed the public comment after the last comment, so they just called into the county exec's line, which I just closed. They want to make a public comment on the maps. So,
sure.
Do you mind taking that one call?
Yes.
And then off agenda, may I close the off agenda public comments? I've left it open the entire time.
Oh, boy. We were we stayed up till 11 o'clock last night. That must have been our first problem. Yes, would you please? Okay. Thank you for catching that.
Thank you. And please transfer the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Winnie Daniels. Thank you for taking my comment. I live in the Parkway Center area in South Sacramento. My comment has to do with the maps for redistricting. I'm opposed to the 203 districting map, but I do support the 202 and the 201. It's vital to keep our district in whole for our voting purposes. Thank you for your attention, and you gentlemen and ladies have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your input.
Yeah, have a good evening.
Good evening.
And that actually does conclude all of your public comments.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to the next item, please.
And just so you guys know, staff said that the timing was impeccable. She hadn't even watched the meeting. She was just calling in, so.
That was.
Kudos to her.
Yeah.
County executive comments?
Yes, thank you. And I just want to do a little piling on of the thank yous. I want to thank NDC for doing such a great job, but I also want to thank Natasha and Kim Nava, who helped with outreach materials, and Courtney, of course, and then their teams that supported them as well. And then I just want to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
Thank you for helping us get through it. Thank you all. We really appreciate it. And Supervisor Cerna had a comment.
Yeah, so I assume we're on to supervisor comments. I just wanted to say a few words and acknowledge the fact that I had the good fortune, as well as our county CEO, Ian Edwards, to be a part of a historic Zoom meeting last week. It was the inaugural meeting of the Sacramento County Commission on women and girls, on the status of women and girls. And we had about 100 people in attendance, including the commissioners, your commissioners. And it was really a proud moment for all of us. And it was probably since the advent of COVID and Zoom, for me at least, it was the most heartfelt and positive remote meeting that I've had the good fortune to be part of. And I can tell you that all the participants and those that contributed to the establishment of the commission, and as it relates to the Blue Ribbon Commission prior to that, are very excited about the work ahead, and we should all feel proud and very good about the fact that this county now has a dedicated advisory body that will help guide us in future decision making when it comes to resource allocation, policy making, as it affects the status of women and girls here in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. I was there, and I think several others
That's
were
right.
there, and it was really fun to see you acknowledged for championing that effort of the Blue Ribbon Committee, and they're really excited, so we're all excited. Do not have any other supervisors in the queue to speak, and I believe we have no further business for the evening. So this meeting is adjourned.
So there's food in the kitchen.